Welcome to Apostle Babe Linda James show on Saturday nights. And I lost track of time. I'm pretty sure you can hear me tonight. Last week, I had no volume, and I started the show without any volume. That was crazy. So I'm now going to my page here on my device. Hello, Dallas. Happy thoughts. Hello. And Dehydrated Nurse. Good to see you, love. And John and Grow. Hi, everyone, she says. Hi, John. Good to see you guys here. Yeah, every week I tell you that I'm your favorite apostate. Because I believe if I just keep telling you over and over and over and over and over again, you're going to believe me. So I lost track of time. So I'm just going to have my emoji picture up for right now because I didn't get around to putting on my makeup or anything. And I feel very weird without it. So for now, I might just put my makeup on as the show goes on and then open up my camera. But for now, I wanted to talk about a couple of deaths that I heard about today. And the first one is the governing body member, Brother Lett, has lost his wife. And from what I understand, she might have had Alzheimer's or some dementia for a while. And she recently passed. And to be honest, I pretty much don't care for him. But I just wanted to share that this is what's going on because my heart does go out to him with the loss of his wife and any other family members that will have missed her. My heart goes out to them. And if you guys pray or have good thoughts or anything, send them their way. I think that's just a good thing to do. Again, I don't care for him, but I do care if he's hurting. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care for that, for him to be in that pain. And today, I believe it was today the yearly annual meeting was being streamed. And I got to see him. And I would say about a few months ago, he was very, very swollen looking. He looked very, just bloated. And I was actually concerned about his health at that time. And so he's not bloated now. So it looks like he's gotten some medical care. And, but he didn't look good to me today when I saw him. And I believe it was a live feed that we were watching on Panda's channel, I believe. Also, one of our own, Linda Lowton, she was mentioning earlier in another live chat that we were on, I believe it was through Six Screens, that she had lost her niece. And the more I've looked into, I did a little bit of chatting with her through Messenger. We've always kind of chatted back and forth here and there over the years, and she's a really neat gal. I've always said when I grow up, I want to be just like Linda Lowton because I just think she's a classy broad, and um, she's good people. And she and I even have disagreements, and it's all good. We get to have our own opinions and everything. But I could just hear, even though we didn't talk verbally over the phone, I could just hear the disgust of you know today earlier in the stream. It was talking about how angels will be with the Jehovah's Witnesses during Armageddon so that they won't have to worry for their safety, right? Now, Mormons, they believe that when Jesus comes, they're going to kind of join Jesus and be part of that army that goes and destroys all the bad people. That's in the Jehovah's Witness religion. We believe that's the anointed 144,000 governing body that will be joining Jesus in that war of Armageddon, destroying all the bad people, right? Anyways, she made a comment like, too bad that angel's protection doesn't work beforehand. Something to that effect. I know I'm not quoting her properly. And I could just hear it. I could hear her being like, this is such a crock. But if it was true, too bad it doesn't work beforehand. And so her niece, from what I gather, was somewhere where there's a waterfall that goes like 8 tiers. And it's like a place that people can go to, visitors can visit it, and it's considered like having 8 different places on this waterfall on the way down where people can gather, a nice big area where they can gather and be in this clear water, and that it's just, you can see through it, it's just beautiful, and then it just flows over onto the next tier down. And this is like considered 8 different levels, right? So somebody was talking about that there's never been tourists. There's never been tourists coming in. I think this is her because I have not put her number in, but let me see if I can see if this is her. Hello.
Hey, Linda, I'm here. I'm not sure how to join in, or you want me just to listen for a bit?
You can just be you, and I'm going to ask the audience if they can hear you, because what I have you on is speaker, and this worked before. Y'all, this is Linda on the phone with me. Are you able to hear her? I have her on my mic from my headphones.
I'll say hello.
Okay. Can you say, I'm getting 1 thumbs up from Happy Thoughts. Okay, good. What about the rest of you? Dallas, can you hear? This is Linda Lowton.
Lawton.
Thank
That's
you.
Okay.
I'd stand corrected. Hey, Matthew.
It's like Lawton, Oklahoma. And most of the time when I say that to people, they look at me cross-eyed. But half the people I've heard of Lawton, Oklahoma, so it's kind of funny.
Okay. So yeah, me and her kind of touch base here and there through Messenger and stuff. And she messaged me when she was like in France, and what was it that caught on fire? It was the Catholic, this monumental, famous church was on fire. You sent me pictures of that a few years back. So through the years, she and I have just kind of kept in touch through Messenger and stuff. So can you all hear her okay? And Dallas says, I can hear. Okay. I'm thinking that's good. So let me make sure I have you up all the way. Yeah. And I'm just going to let you talk about what's on your mind. I was mentioning this area where they were at, some tourists. From what I understand, there was about 14 people.
Yeah, she's in, my niece, so I'm from a really large family. I've never really told my story on here or anywhere, not that that matters, but I'm from a really large family. They're all in Michigan. I'm on the West Coast. And one of my sister, they're all JW, well, pretty much all JWs except for me. And so I'm the apostate living on the West Coast, right? So anyway, I flew back to Michigan in August. I got a call that I'm from a large family, 11, I have 10 siblings, so there's 11 children.
Wow.
And I got a call that our sister Patricia, we called her Patsy, was not doing well. Well, you know, I'm still working and my company allows for bereavement. So I called my boss and I said, hey, Robin, she hasn't passed away yet, but I want to be there before it happens. So I flew back to Michigan. I was there for a week, was there at her bedside. You know, about 6 of the 11 children came in and out of her care home. She was handicapped since birth. She had, I hope I can do all this without crying, but she had spinal meningitis at 3 months old. So she never spoke a day in her life.
Oh, wow.
My mother kept her home the entire time. We did home therapy. My mother took her across the country to Mayo Clinic, Arizona, Mayo Clinic, Minneapolis, Cleveland Clinic, Boston Children's Hospital. And she was hoping for them to tell her, you know, Patsy will be normal with this, or this. Well, they said she will never walk and she will never feed herself. So my mother came home and she established the therapy routine for all of us. She took a plywood plank, a board, covered it with padding and some vinyl textured fabric, and we did therapy on the kitchen table, moving her arms and legs up and down, moving her head backwards. She learned to walk and she learned to feed herself. So anyway,
wow.
Patsy, my mother kept her at home all these years.
Sure.
And in 2011, well, she retrained her brain, right? We helped to retrain her brain. So my mother kept her at home all these years. My mother was not a JW. She was part of the group that split. She was the apostate group, because we could never understand once we started studying why our mother kept saying she was a Jehovah's Witness, and she would take us in an all-day trip down to her church, and they would celebrate Christmas. And I'm saying that doesn't match up with what we're hearing. Now, mind you, we were raised in a very small village farming community in Michigan, no contact, very sheltered. So we kind of believed everything somebody told us, whatever.
Exactly.
So my mother kept my sister home all those years, and my father passed away. He was never a witness either. He went to all the Kingdom Hall meetings. He said, you know what? The witnesses are 95% right.
Okay.
And he went to his grave saying that. So,
Okay.
Of course, they didn't have a Kingdom Hall memorial for him, but one of the elders did speak, and it was at the funeral home, and I didn't go
Very
back.
nice.
It was at that time it was too much for me. So anyway, my mother kept my sister home, ended up putting her into a care home the last 11 years. And whenever I would fly back home, I would always take my brothers and say, you know, let's go see her and all this. So anyway, we got the word in mid-August that she wasn't doing well. And I'm like, what? How did this happen? They told me I was there in December. They told me she's healthy as a horse, and I stay in contact with the caregiver, and they said she developed pneumonia, and she can't talk, right?
Okay.
She can't tell
Non-verbal.
you when she's hurting or what is wrong. She essentially has the capability of a 3-month-old, is what we were told.
Okay.
Exactly
When
she was brain damaged.
Okay.
So anyway, that's when I called my boss. I flew home. I was there I knew I was going to see JW family coming and going, and I said, doesn't matter. I'm doing this for our mother.
Yes.
She was a warrior for our sister. She was a warrior as a mother, and thank God she is not here to see her baby die. And so that was in and out of the care home. I stayed with my brother and sister-in-law who were not JWs. He was disfellowshipped probably 45 years ago, and now they're trying to get him back now with all the, calling the disfellowshipped ones, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I knew I was going to see JW people. So my sister was there. My niece that we're speaking of, Anna, was there. She wasn't. She pretty much knows that I've been disfellowshipped. She's 20. She was 28, so she pretty much knows I've been disfellowshipped for as long as she's been alive. So she never really greeted me. I knew it was going to be an awkward week, but I said, you know what? I'm going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Exactly.
Focus on what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were in and out. And my sister died. I stayed there. I told everybody, just go home. I'll wait for the funeral home to come and do the removal. They call it the removal. And I hate that word, that term.
No
and I
kidding.
stayed there while the care home, they rode her, drove her, had her on the bed and drove her down the hallway, and all the care home people were just crying their eyes out. And they opened the window and said, fly free. And they waited for my Jehovah's Witness family to leave before they did their little ceremony thing. So anyway, Anna was there. And so I knew that she was home from Myanmar, my niece. They had, and when we were there at my sister's bedside, my sister, one of the, 10 siblings, made some comment, excuse me. She goes, oh, did that happen when we were in New Zealand? And I'm saying, okay, she's trying to let me know that she's traveling, but whatever. And I didn't really pay attention. So then I come home, and they had a memorial service, and my Jehovah's Witness sister, Lori, who was deemed power of attorney for my sister that deceased, all of a sudden was texting me. She goes, we want to have a memorial. What do you think about Pat doing it, who's a Jehovah's Witness brother-in-law? And I said, nope. And that's a whole other story. But
okay.
I said, that will turn a lot of people off. This needs to be a very empathetic, feeling thing for the family, a way for us to come together for a sister that we couldn't do much for. And so she said, what about Joshua, who is my nephew, who is also he went through the Jehovah's Witness, he's an SKE. What is that called, Linda? I gave you the...
Yes.
Kingdom Evangelizer School. So
okay.
He got married at 18. His wife is adorable. They built a home in Michigan from scratch. Everybody pitched in.
Wow.
They made like $200,000 on it. They put the money in savings, and they took off to Myanmar to become missionaries. So they were there when Patsy, my sister, was dying, and Anna, his sister Anna, was there, my niece, and then everybody left, and I knew they were all returning to Myanmar. Joshua and his wife to their school for Kingdom Evangelizer role, and he did a really good job, though, with the memorial. He did an excellent job. And
this is a different country, right?
Yeah, Myanmar is near Asia. It used to be called Burma. So
okay.
It's borders Thailand to the east, China to the north, I think Thailand to the south. I don't know. I'm usually pretty good with geography.
Yes.
So they returned to their roles. Someone, when I was home, said Joshua and Kendra are leaving on Tuesday or tomorrow, and Anna, my niece, is leaving on the 9th of September. And I said, oh, okay, cool.
Are
Whatever.
These assigned roles?
Yeah, well, they go through this Jehovah's Witness school of, I don't know how long it is, of training, and they train them to be ministers in all parts of the world. Then they have like this major graduation, and Anna's, when my sister mentioned, they were in New Zealand. Apparently, these people are trained, and then they're all brought together, the Jehovah's Witness people, for a graduation. And it happened in August, either late July or August, in New Zealand. So my sister went, her son went, and of course flew in. My nephew and his wife from Myanmar flew in as well. So they were posting pictures all over Facebook. Well, I'm not even on Facebook, so I got these pictures later.
Okay.
So they all go home. I return home. I'm really, obviously upset. I was there for a week. My sister passed, and they arranged the telephone memorial, and I went through that. I think it was the following Friday. So that was 4 weeks ago. So everybody's, where they should be or usually are. My niece is back in Myanmar. My nephew's back there. My Jehovah's Witness family is back in Michigan and not talking to me, right? Okay. Right. Life goes on.
Right.
Then last Monday morning, I'm on the West Coast, they're East Coast, Michigan. At 6:20, I do a joint text with my disfellowshipped brother from Michigan and my JW brother, who has been physically out mentally for like 40 years.
Oh, okay.
And we do a joint text, and I kept saying, Perry, if they find out about this, you're going to get in trouble. But we talk about every topic on our joint text. So I get a text from Perry, who's my oldest brother. He's the oldest of the 11 of us. And right before I'm starting work at 7. And he says, I heard Anna drowned. I don't have any details. And I'm like, what? I just saw her in Michigan. I know she returned to Myanmar. It must have happened over there. I called him. He didn't answer. And I'm texting everybody, right? The family nobody answered. Called my sister-in-law. The non-JW, because she knows everything, and everybody talks to her because she never, embraced the religion. So she's neutral, and she's
kind of a safe go-between.
Yeah, everybody will talk to her, and sometimes they'll tell her so that she will tell me, but she knew nothing. And she broke down. And so I work remote. So I logged into my telephone, get on the phones, right? And I'm Googling stuff. And I couldn't even reach my JW sister, Lori, who was responsible for my sister that died, knowing she probably would know everything because her and my sister Nancy were close, who was Anna's mother. Sorry, big family.
Okay.
And Lori wasn't answering. So I got a call back from my sister-in-law, and she said, yeah, I went over to your sister Nancy's house, and she said, Linda, there are at least 50 cars along the road, and there was some kind of a drowning incident in Myanmar, and Anna's missing. I think she was missing at that point.
Okay.
Because they're like, a day ahead of us, obviously, with the time zones and all that. So then I didn't hear anything the rest of the day. My brother called back, said he didn't know anything else except that she drowned. They were swimming, something related to a waterfall area. So all night long, Monday night, I'm like Googling Myanmar, waterfall, death. So I'm a pretty good sleuth, and I can pretty much find anything when I put my mind to it. And about 5 a.m. Tuesday morning, a People magazine article came up, and it said, it was telling that there were 5 people that were swept over this. Apparently, it's a very beautiful place. It's OHM something Myanmar. It's a 400-foot. Oh,
it's a very well known place.
Yeah, very well known. Tourists from all over the world go there.
Yes.
It's a 400-foot drop. So envision a cliff with kind of craggy rocks on the side, and the water stream 400 feet down into a raging river right below it. And next to the waterfall coming down, there's like little juts out, like little circular places where they can swim.
Yes.
And it's like all beautiful natural. I was there in Turkey has the same thing, and I went to it in one of the biblical cities, and I can't remember now. So apparently, the article's on people.com. Apparently, they were swimming in the water on the 8th tier, and there was the article indicated that drownings there are not uncommon. However, this is the first time that the water surged, which means it raised quickly and started moving rapidly. And 5 of them were pushed over the waterfall. Right in that the first publishing of the article, it said that 2 of the women were found on the rocks below. They were dropped to the 3rd level.
Yes.
Now, 400 feet is 35 stories. So, God, can you even imagine that?
No.
And the 2 people were missing. One was a Burmese citizen and one is an American. And so my niece, Anna, was missing. And they mentioned the gentleman, Russian gentleman. He was pushed over as well, but he caught himself between 2 boulders, and he broke his leg in doing that, but he wedged himself in there and he wasn't swept away. And so they found the 2 deceased, they found him, and then they had to suspend the search because the visibility was really bad. So I'm sending this article to my sister in Michigan, and I said, could this be it? And she goes, oh, yes, that's exactly how Ruth explained it. And I said, who's Ruth? And she said, Ruth was Anna, our niece's new roommate in Myanmar. They were both Jehovah's Witness evangelizers, whatever they call them, pioneers or evangelizers.
And they started off as 14 people, but it was, what did you say, like 4 or 5 that got swept?
There was 14 in their group. There was a group of 14 Jehovah's Witnesses that got together. I can't remember his name. KJ was visiting from Russia. There were they called everybody tourists, but my niece actually is considered a national, I guess, whatever, because she lives there. She's lived there for 10 years, and they have a visa, and they have to leave the country for X amount of time and then return. So she kind of has essentially not really dual citizenship or whatever. So there were 14 in their party, but 5 of them were swept over. 2 they found immediately, and they found the gentleman from the Russian JW. I can't call him brother. I'm sorry. I should, but I can't.
I hear you.
They found him and took him off in a stretcher, and they had to resume the search for the next day, and that's when they found Anna and the other Burmese woman.
And
so
you were telling me through the chat that she was actually trying to help somebody else.
Yes. So
they were going over or something.
Yeah. Right. So when I was texting my Jehovah's Witness sister Lori in Michigan, I said, is this the story? Is this the incident? She said, oh my gosh, yes, it's on the news. And well, it's all over. It's on like 10 different websites right now if you Google it. And she said, it sounds exactly like Ruth explained it. And then she forwarded me the text from the gal who was in their group who was my niece's new roommate, and she said, I don't know, Linda, do you have it open?
I can open it.
Yeah. It was just heart-wrenching to read that.
I'm looking for my other phone. I don't know where I put it. So, you're calling on it. Okay.
How many phones do you have?
2. I'm like, why can't I find it? Oh, because I'm an airhead like that. Okay. Yes, I can open this up. So I close out the chat.
So one of the girls that did not get swept over, wrote this text to my family in Michigan because, they knew that they needed to know, and they didn't know if they even had any word yet, which at that point, I don't even know. We found out ultimately from this girl that wrote this text.
Right. So I'm scrolling up to get to hers. And then would you like me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead and read it. Yeah.
So it says here, and yes, this is from Laura, her roommate. It says, I'm sorry I can't talk too much about it right now. It's just too hard, too much. A wall of water came on us in 10 seconds. I saved little deaf boy. Then I had to be saved. Anna went to help the 3 sisters. She was closer to them. Andrea went to help too.
Andre, that's the Russian guy.
Okay, thank you.
That's all right.
I found Jessica's dead body.
Ugh.
I went to search for Anna and the missing 4 others. I screamed her name and cut my feet badly, searching everywhere for hours. I tried hard to save them. I found, how do you say her name? Andrea or Andrea?
Andre, I think.
Andrea.
He's the Russian guy. Yeah.
He crawled out. Andrea has a badly broken leg. I can't talk really, but I don't want to leave you with no information. And evidently, Anna was identified by someone, Jeshua, Jeshua.
That's her brother, my nephew.
Okay.
That lives over there as well.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. And thank you for joining, Matthew, and I appreciate you being here and just
he was
being
contacted. He was contacted, and he's in Myanmar, but he's 8 hours. It's like California, right? It's a pretty long country there. So, and they don't fly. The airlines don't fly at night there because it's a revolution country. There's revolutions going on. It's pretty. It's pretty third world, right?
Okay.
So the airlines don't fly at night, so they had to fly out the next morning from whatever city they're in Myanmar up to identify the body, her body.
And she's 28. It's it's very tough, and
you can post her picture if you want. Yeah, she's and so looking at all of it, it's just been horrible because, like I told you in the chat, you already have your regular emotions to deal with, and just a regular family, let's call it a regular family,
yes,
losing a niece. Then you add the other levels to it of the JW stuff, and they've been shunning you. And when I went home for my sister's death 6 weeks ago, they actually were very decent to me. Because I was there every day at the care home, and they were there for the most part too. And we had actual conversations. They would ask me, "So where are you living now?" And that's the weirdest thing to hear from your sister, right?
Right. But when you don't talk to them and they don't talk to you, they don't know what's going on in your life, right?
And so they were asking about my children, and I know my children stay in touch with them because obviously they can talk to them. But I guess you take something like I put in the chat to you, one of the most profound things about this whole thing, well, there's several, but my brothers and I in our group chat, you know, my brother that's been out for 40 years, who's been inactive essentially, he keeps saying, God, you know, why didn't God just erase all this? And, you know, why did we have to go through all this? And why these good people, you know, why is this happening? And I said, trust me, I've asked the same thing for many years, and everybody, so I don't know. I have a really hard time with, I said, well, Perry, I was told that you're kind of questioning God's plan if you ask that question. So, yeah. You know, you feel almost guilty, like you're going to be hellfire and brimstone. So you take the whole Jehovah Witness upbringing. Oh, I was 8 when we started studying. But you take that whole thing, you take the shunning, you take the loss of your niece, who you're like grieving, even though she shunned you. Every time I saw the girl, she never even greeted me. Right. But it's so horrible to know that she died, no matter what kind of a death, but to die such a tragic death. And my other niece texted me, and she says, are you going to call Nancy? Have you talked to Nancy? And I'm thinking, Nancy is her mother, right? Well, I'm disfellowship. So is Nancy going to pick up the phone? You know, and I'm not trying to make this about me. I guess the point is, well, number one, the second thing I did.
Let me interrupt you for just a minute. Shauna, if you are available, I've just sent you a picture. If you're able to show it, that would be really helpful. And I'm not sure if she's there, but she's told me she would be and able to help me, because I don't quite know how to do that.
And I don't know how to do it through.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not even on StreamYard. So I thought, well, surely this is going to be on jw.org. They have lost 4 Jehovah Witness. You know, I don't know about the other 3 girls, but my niece was, you know, a School of Kingdom evangelizers killed, you know, while serving in a foreign country for 10 years. And the Jehovah Witness guy that broke his leg, I thought surely there's going to be something on jw.org about this terrible. They called it a horror plunge to their death, basically.
I got the impression from when I was reading things, I just, you know, when you fill in between the dots, right, it seems as though you would kind of get a warning that the water was coming over from above you a little bit more forcefully than usual, and that would kind of give you a clue to get out. But this just came out of nowhere.
Boom. Every single news source, well, of course, they kind of duplicate what each other says, but it said that while drownings have happened there before, they have never experienced this before.
With now, tourist,
and then your mind starts spinning. Mm-hmm. You're thinking of all the places, you know, that this could happen. It's my niece in this waterfall area, and it just happened for I mean, I guess everybody can spin that when they lose someone, but they said they've never had that happen before.
It was like they called it a surge.
They called it a water surge, which sounds like a quick uprising of the water, and it starts moving rapidly. But then one of the roommates, Ruth, in that text said a wall of water just came over them, and then they were swept over. And I told my brother, I said, it wasn't, you know, living in California, right, and not far from San Francisco. It's not even the drowning. I said, it's the force of hitting the water. Yeah. And then I started Googling, and I shouldn't have done that, because your body, when it's falling from that height, it becomes like a torpedo. It gets fast. And it hits the water so hard, basically people die from the force.
Okay.
Oh, it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. And we keep saying, and even my sister, her mother, because there's all the people at the house and coming and going, and the JW sister that has been texting me, and I sent the article to. I said, how's Nancy? And she said, oh, she's saying she doesn't even want to live. And how can she live? Because I don't know if I said this earlier, but she always wanted a girl. She had 4 boys. They lived in a turn of the century home right across the cornfield from my parents in a little village in Michigan. And she had 4 boys in a row. And she cried after her last 2 because she always wanted a girl.
Yes.
So then her 5th child is Anna.
Yes.
And was her, and I don't think we should ever have a favorite child. I don't go there. But apparently she was her pride and joy. And then she becomes a little Jehovah's Witness, and then she, gives up anything else in her life to go work in a third world country. And then she goes through the School for Kingdom Evangelizers, and I sent you those pictures where they were in New Zealand. And so my sister Nancy can tell everybody, I've got this perfect, and I'm not meaning to sound mean here, but you almost have to know my sister. I had this perfect Jehovah's Witness life, and look how I raised my children. They're all perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And then she is killed so tragically.
It really is tragic. It's unthinkably tragic. And just so quickly.
Yeah, for her and for just the whole family. I mean, people are writing testimonials on there. And of course, on the websites like people.com and AOL and MSNBC, there's already snarky comments coming through from.
It's pure ignorance. I've been reading this comments too. Yeah, just pure ignorance. Kind of like just you as ignorant as, well, you're supposed to tie your shoes if you don't want to trip on your shoelaces.
Right,
kind of comments that are just like ignorance personified. and they have no clue what they're talking about.
So then they were talking about, Jacob or Jeshua flew in to identify her, and then they were talking about, and I said, well, if you need some help with repatriation, because that's a nightmare, and I don't know what kind of travel insurance she may have had, if that's even applicable, because she's on a visa, so she essentially lives there most of the year, etc. And I'm sorry, but I couldn't help but turn on my business mind because I work in insurance, right? I told my JW sister Lori, I said, after the fact, somebody needs to look into this, and if you need me to help, I will help you do that. Because even if she bought her ticket on a credit card, there is travel insurance, and sometimes that extends to a land stay for X amount of time. I don't know if that's applicable with visa. And because, I knew that Watchtower is not going to help with any of this, obviously. And to repatriate someone I'm only saying this because I was married to my husband was a funeral home director.
Okay.
And owned a cemetery in Reno. And so I've been through a lot of this stuff.
Right.
I said it's a nightmare and a lot of paperwork and to bring them totally embalmed. But get this, while Anna was home with us in Michigan, while my sister was passing, her aunt, she told her mother at 28, she said, when I die, I want to be cremated. She left Michigan on September 9th. She was killed in Myanmar on September 29th.
Wow.
So their plan is to have her cremated in Myanmar and then ship her cremains home
Okay.
to the States.
Okay.
Horrible. Absolutely. I can't believe it. I still can't believe
Yeah, I can tell it. It just doesn't seem real. And Shauna might be able to bring up her picture, and she's offered before, but I sent it to her from a different phone, so she wasn't sure.
That's okay, and I can't see it anyway on my phone. Okay. I guess I could turn my TV on, but that's
such a beautiful young. That'll make an echo, but you'll be able to rewatch this too. We're at that. We're about at the 45-minute zone. So later on, when you do look, it'll be somewhere after 45 minutes. I'm just time stamping in your mind. Yeah, so I'm hoping Shauna will be able to download the picture of Anna and show the audience the picture of her. She's just, it's hard for me to say was. I want to say is a lovely young woman, you know, and you know, you can just see it in her that just her whole demeanor is so loving and graceful, you know, just a beautiful, beautiful young lady. And
I never got to know her because, you know, I was shunned. So she was always told, just turn your face when you see Aunt Linda, you know. So my other niece, who is not a Jehovah's Witness, who I text all the time and lives there as well in Michigan, she said she actually apologized to me on the phone like a year ago. She said, Aunt Linda, she goes, I'm so sorry that I always just turned my face when I saw you. She goes, I didn't have any idea. I was just following what my mother told me.
Exactly.
And now I'm the closest to her of anybody. She texts me every single day about something.
Yeah.
And she apologized. So I guess the big thing of this is it damages so many what should be normal family interactions and emotions. It is so evil. And when you go through a death, and I'm not the only one that has, right, on this call, or it really brings it home on how evil this organization really is.
And to think that, you know, you never got to have a relationship with her, and then her life was unfortunately cut so short. It's opportunities pass, and this is tragic that was robbed from
you. And here I'm grieving it that I never had a relationship with her.
That makes perfect, and that's mourn worthy. That is something to mourn about. Yes, that's a valid mourning thing to mourn about. You know, God, it's. And you said your sister's not doing well either. Her mother.
No, she.
You know, if anybody that's listening to this is someone that prays or, you know, sends out good vibes and everything, please send them over to Anna's mother and Linda here too. Just the family, they're all just grieving her loss. I can't even imagine.
Yeah, so she's had nonstop cars at her home with Jehovah's Witnesses coming and going. Yes. And my sister, Anna's mother, keeps saying, I don't know what to do. I don't even want to live anymore. And one day she just broke away from the crowd at her house coming and going and said, I'm going to go take a walk in the woods. And my Jehovah's Witness, my other sister says, no, that's not happening. I'm going to follow her.
Right.
So they're all pretty concerned about her.
Good. I'm
her
glad
mental
to hear that.
health.
Yes.
And again, where do you separate that when, as a Jehovah's Witness, and I hope I'm saying this correctly, you're supposed to have so much of a hope.
Yes.
That they're going to be, because I thought about this too, and I keep thinking, maybe I'm not thinking about this clearly, because part of me is saying, and forgive me if it's sounding crass, but shouldn't she? It seems like she would take it a little. You know how they are at funerals.
Yes,
it's like
you're going to be able to see her in the new system, and sometimes I've even heard of people reprimanding others when they're crying at a funeral, which that's what a funeral is for. Time set aside to grieve. And I've even, when I said I've heard of reprimandings, like, what are you crying for? You'll see her in the new system, but in my mind, she does. Hearing what you said makes me think to myself, that's a quick ticket to the new system. In her
so
mind,
you know where I'm coming from when I say that. You know where I'm coming from.
Yes. And it does not mean that she doesn't love her sons. It's such a loss that at this time, with this tragedy happening, it may feel like it could be a quick ticket to being united with her daughter, because, the mindset is like you just take this little nap and you'll wake up in paradise and be resurrected, and she'll be reunited with her daughter right away, is the way it's presented to us,
Yep. So you know where I'm coming from when I'm going there. And I feel almost hardened when I go there. But like I said, this whole experience is it doesn't allow you to feel, and I'm not trying to make it about me, because my brother is the same way. My disfellowship brother is the same way. They said, we don't know what to say or feel right now.
Right.
Or who to talk to, or who we can talk to. Right. And I'm like, this is so horrible.
It really is. And this is displaced. Where is your place within this?
Yep.
And it's hard to find your footage, and it's heartbreaking. It really, really is. I mean, I was just drilling you with all these questions earlier today when we were in the chat. I was like, where can I find this out? And blah, 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 blah. And then I was like, because I was thinking this needs to be brought up, because I know many of us previous Jehovah's Witnesses can relate to losing a loved one within this organization. That, like, my nephew is at Bethel now. I barely know him. Now, I got to say hi to them every so often, but I was, always considered, I left Jehovah to go join the devil. So, my two nieces and nephews didn't talk to me much at all. It just cordial hellos. I don't know them. My sister, of course, warned them about me. And they truly believed that we would corrode their faith. So
they shun you even if you weren't baptized.
Right. It's not a shunning. It's one of those, they just kind of avoid me. They just avoid me. And when they do have to see me and they do talk to me, it's rather condescending. It's very, better, kind of tones. And I never got that from my nieces or nephews, which was great, because of course they're much younger than even my own kids. But my nephew is there in Bethel now. And I'm truly sorry. I think Matthew is going to say something. Matthew joined us, and Matthew, this is Linda, and Linda, this is Matthew. He's joined us on the stream.
Linda, thank you so much for your story, and I'm very, very sorry for this terrible loss. I've been
sorry, I didn't mean to take over your whole program.
Oh, you're not hearing him, are you? Okay, let's see here. So he's saying he's sorry to hear this. I'm trying to think how I can make it to where you could hear this. Let's see here. Can you try again, Matthew? And I'm going to put my phone on the...
So this is Linda. Linda.
Try that again, Matthew. Okay, he's not talking yet. Okay, so he was saying he was really sorry to hear about your story, and that he was really sorry to hear how it's, affecting you and everything. What's happening is you've called on a phone that you're not hearing the show on. I'm listening to headphones that I am hearing the show on. And because my headphones has a mic, I'm able to put my phone on speaker, and it can go through my mic for the audience to hear.
Linda James, I have a little plan.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's just, I don't know.
Hold on just a minute, Linda. Matthew's running something past me. Go ahead.
So Linda James, that's Linda that you have with you.
Yes.
So I have a little plan. Can we read some of the comments to Linda? I'll read them out, and can you relay? Would
Yes.
that work?
Yes. Matthew suggested, Linda, that he would read some of the comments from this stream, this live stream, and that I can, once he reads them to me, I can read them to you.
Oh, I can probably. Will they be there after I hang up or no?
In about a day, they should show up. Sometimes they don't show up right after the show.
So
no,
it's
I'm
nice
sure
just
I
to
appreciate everybody. I just,
Okay.
wow, it's just amazing how it weaves into your life in so many ways that you don't even anticipate.
Yeah, we don't. And I'm really concerned about her mother and just that place that she's in. And I love the fact that you just mentioned that she was going to walk in the woods. And another sister, I believe, another sibling was like, yep, I'll be going with you.
Yeah,
that's good.
As of let's see, what is today? Saturday. As of Wednesday, my sister said they're not leaving her alone.
Okay.
Yet, and then she put her phone on messages or silent, and I thought, okay, I guess she's done talking to me now.
Yeah, I think she's on I think her mind is on overload.
Yeah, she probably just needs to get some sleep because today she opened it up again.
Okay.
Well, gratitude for the story, by the way.
Was if you need some help with the insurance aspect, I said, I get it. Not good timing, but I'm planting the seed that I will help you research that.
Yes, and I think that was a good seed, and she probably won't remember. So I suggest you bring it up again in whenever you think is a good time. And
yeah,
Matthew can you repeat what you said, Matthew, so I can tell her I just lost it?
Okay, I'll take it slowly, but I thought happy thoughts, words are important.
And words.
Thank you.
So happy thoughts is no words, just tears of sorrow.
Okay, he's reading a comment from Happy Thoughts. Just no words, but tears of sorrow. That's one of the comments here.
Yeah, and I even put in my, of course, I'm waking up at like 3, and I usually have no problem sleeping. They say senior people typically do. Well, I typically don't. And so I'm waking up at like 1 in the morning and 3 in the morning. And so I sent a joint text to my brothers, my, inactive JW, and then my disfellowshipped in our joint text a couple nights ago. And I said, I don't know what is worse. We lose the child.
Yeah.
Bullet point. We lose a child because of sickness. Bullet point. We lose a child in a tragic accident. Bullet point. We lose a child who was trying to save others.
Yes.
And lost her life in I don't.
That actually declares her a hero. That's kind of a heroic thing.
Right, but I mean, I don't even know what hurt is worse. Yeah. If I even should be questioning that, you know what I mean? Because now my sister knows, and the whole family knows, because of this roommate that saw everything. You know, she was trying to save people when this deluge happened.
Yes.
And then my inactive brother says, you know, why isn't Jehovah saving people?
Right. And that's what I was mentioning earlier too about you, about how they mentioned at the the yearly thing, like everybody's going to be protected by these angels, and I could almost hear the disgust in your comment. Like, too bad the angels weren't, you know, pre-Armageddon, keeping an eye on them, because then, you know, your niece should have been covered. You know, all of these 14 people, you know, they should have been covered if this story of the angels protect them.
Right, or the kingdom halls that are wiped out and people die. They go there to shelter during a hurricane or something, and the kingdom hall is wiped away. And then when I tell my brother, I feel bad even saying that, because I feel like I'm questioning God's plan, and I'm going to be destroyed.
Right?
If, you know,
that stuff does not go away.
It makes your mind just really spin.
Yes. So, Grow said, Linda, do you have a death in the family? Grow, if you're asking me that is not the case. But I'm on the phone with another gal named Linda, and she has had a death in the family.
I've had 2 in 6 weeks.
That's right, 2 deaths. One from her sister, and then recently her niece.
And my niece was at my sister's death, and then she returns to Myanmar, where she was killed in this tragic waterfall surge.
Yes, it doesn't seem like it was, like it just came out of nowhere, is the way it seemed to me. But I don't know the way it was described by somebody referring to it was like it just came upon them before they could get out of the way or something, you know.
Right. Well, the roommate said just a huge.
So this would be the gal I have on the phone
came over them in like 10 minutes.
Yes. This would be her niece. So her sister's daughter, who, because the gal I have on the phone is a previous Jehovah's Witness, she never really got to know her niece, you know, and that's, now she's gone, and it's just so.
Mama Bear said something that stands out. She says this is
something that stands out.
Says this is why we are here. We don't stop loving.
This is why we're here. We don't stop loving. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I still want to call my sister, and I may try to do that eventually. I'm sure that I will. I mean, you don't send your sister a sympathy card, right? We're all of the same blood. And
I don't know etiquette. I don't know etiquette. I really don't. Yeah, I hope you'll be able to speak with her personally.
I mean, I'll probably, if nothing else, I'll probably send her a letter, but.
Dallas says, thank you, Linda, and sorry to hear about the death in your family.
Just so you know, I told my sister when my sister passed away, when I was in Michigan in mid-August, I said, I'm so, the only light part in all of this is our mother is not alive to see our sister die, because she was her biggest warrior.
Right. And she was did you say she was the youngest?
No, Patricia was the 4th to the youngest, but she was spinal meningitis stricken since 3 months old. So she never spoke a day in her life. My Jehovah Witness sister wrote the obituary, and oh my God, it made me cry.
Wow. So Dallas says, thank you, Linda, and sorry to hear about the death of your family. That's from Dallas.
Oh, thank you.
And Mama Bear said, "Don't leave her alone," which we all have that mindset. But
Yeah,
it's
that's
another mother. It's another
yeah.
mother
Well,
confirming.
I'm 2,500 miles away, but it sounds like the family is pretty much. Some of the JW siblings are keeping close watch on her, and she had a house full of people for she probably still does.
Yeah,
JW's coming and going, bringing water and food and donuts and just a whole lot of moral support. But I wrote, this sounds really horrible, but my other niece, who's not a Jehovah's Witness, that said to me, "Are you going to call Aunt Nancy?" And I said, "Jennifer, she hasn't spoken to me. I don't even know if she'd take my phone call."
Yeah.
So, and I was going somewhere with that topic. She said, "Are you going to call it?" I can't even think right now where I was going with that.
Right. Are you going to call her? And it doesn't seem like that would be if you haven't heard from them, if you haven't talked to them, it's just.
Well, even my other sister was only through text. I did call her one time, and she answered. Well, that was during my sister's passing, because I told her, I said, if you need some help with her burial, because she was living in a care home, right? Mm-hmm. And I know my parents, upon my urging, put a living trust together to make sure that Patsy, our sister, was taken care of, and they did put that together. But I'm not her power of attorney, so I didn't have any knowledge. So I said, "Lori, if you need some help with cremation costs or the headstone or whatever, let us know. I'm sure we'll help out."
Yeah.
And she said, "No, it's she got some COVID money," and she said, and this is what she said to me, and it just stabbed at my heart, Linda. She said, "No," she said, "Linda," she said this to me when I was in Michigan, when I asked her, and she said, "No," she said, "she got some COVID money, so she can't have over, 2,000 in liquid assets." So she said, "I never thought I'd have to do it in this system." She said, "But I went and prepaid her final expenses," and that just stabbed at me. When she said, "I never thought I'd have to do it in this system."
Yeah.
Like my brother said, they keep saying they never talked about Armageddon. The young kids have no idea how we heard it every single day.
Yes, we did. Especially pre-75. It was every single meeting, every single time before we went out in service, every single assembly, which is what we called them at that time. It was 75 was brought up as a grand anticipation.
I had everybody in my, 75. I was a senior in high school. I started preaching that to my classmates in 72, 73, and everybody wanted to spend the night at my house, because my mother, even though we had all those children, she always let us have a friend spend the night.
Oh, how awesome.
And so we had a house full of people all the time.
Yes.
And so when October rolled around, everybody wanted to spend the night at our house because they thought they would be safe there.
Right.
Going
especially
back to
Rick's
comment.
Oh my goodness!
And that is funny because
got on here.
We always felt that we would be protected. No,
absolutely.
I think we heard. I recall now that if somebody passed away during Armageddon, they obviously would be resurrected. But for the most part, we would have been protected. Is my recollection.
My recollection is if you were killed during Armageddon, there would be no hope for a resurrection. So,
really,
yeah, that's my recollection. But I was 11.
I mean, if you were killed by accident, is what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, by accident, that would make sense.
If you were, well, I think they changed all of that a couple of years ago. That they don't know who's going to be resurrected now. Even people like me who left and speaks against it now, because they used to say they're dead, they're gone, they're dead, and then they changed it to say that they don't know who's going to be resurrected, which we have, my family and I, my brothers and I, and sibling, have said all along, even from studying back in the early 70s. How can they tell? Only God knows. And we said the same thing all along.
Right. It was very odd, but again, we were indoctrinated and conditioned to believe that anybody in a leadership position was placed there by Holy Spirit. So when they did say something, it was, and they called themselves a prophet-like organization, right? So we considered what was said from the platform or at an assembly as words from Jehovah himself, you know? John says I was in the 4th grade in 1975. Yep.
I was a senior in high school, but we started studying in 68, 69, 70, whatever.
And right about that time, 1968.
My mother was part of the apostate group that left. They split off, and she went with the Bible students. That's why we were confused.
I'm sorry.
Why are we celebrating Christmas?
Your mother was with the Bible students?
Yep, she was with them when they split. She went with the apostate group. So when she ultimately got baptized at age 89,
your mother?
I'm sorry?
Your mother got baptized at 89?
She had to be rebaptized as a Jehovah's Witness.
I see.
Then I put all the pieces together after, listening to Six Screens, finding out about the history.
So she was literally, I'm sorry to be talking over you. I'm so sorry. Let me see if I can get this clear. So she went off with the original Bible,
in 1930, whatever.
31, it became Jehovah's Witnesses, and then so the International Bible Students Association is who your mother was with.
Correct.
Okay.
When they split, she went with the
International Bible
International, and we would get Christmas cards, and I'm like, why are we getting Christmas cards? And we're studying on Wednesday night around the kitchen table with cousin Joey that we don't celebrate Christmas. So why is Ma getting Christmas cards if she was a Jehovah's Witness? She never was. She split off. She was an apostate.
And see, the International Bible Students Associations consider Jehovah's Witnesses as the apostates because we branched off from the original. It's how tomato. I don't even know, but let's see here. John said pre-1975, a lot of witnesses had an attitude like those people are going to be destroyed. Seriously, matter of fact.
Well, he's right. He's right. It was pretty black and white back then.
Oh, yes. And my father got baptized in 1975, just in time. Just in time.
Is he still a witness?
He is, but he had some time away. But he's now a witness and married to somebody 8 years younger than me. But they've gotten along really well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, this is really profound, and I've actually been referring to it a lot. Okay, so considering everything, the whole, where we've been, what we know about Jesus, what we know about the religion, etc. In July, I took an Uber to the airport. I was flying to a company meeting in Connecticut.
Okay.
And, you start chatting. There's like jokes about the Uber guy, right? Mm-hmm. He's a stranger when you get in the car. And then
he's your
when
best
you
friend.
Get out of the car, you're like, he knows your whole story, right?
Right.
Well, it was pretty depictive of my trip. So we just started chatting, and I don't even know how we got on the topic of religion, but we did. And he said, I come from Jehovah Witness family on one side and Mormon on the other.
Oh, dear
And
Lord.
he's telling me he's an ordained minister. I can't remember the church here in Vegas, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he said this statement, and I will remember this for as long as I live. He said, everybody just needs to follow Jesus. He said, Jesus was all about relationships
Mm-hmm.
and love, and he spoke and recognized everybody.
Yes.
And it hit me when he said it in the car, and I'm getting my luggage and going to my flight, right? But you don't know how many times I've thought about that since then. And it is so true.
Mm-hmm. Whether we believe he's Michael the Archangel, which is Jehovah's Witness, Mormon, spirit brother of Lucifer, or if we consider Jesus God. Either way, it's relational. And that's what he was telling you. And that he spoke to everybody is very, very relational.
He talked to people that didn't believe. He talked to the prostitute woman.
That's right.
He never once said, well, did he say, "Get away from me"? Who said that? Was that Jesus?
That's when Jesus was, I believe, approached by Satan, the devil, when he was, I believe, fasting. And Satan was trying to tempt him with, throw yourself down and have angels come get you. And then I think he was like kind of reprimanding Satan. What I always wondered was, why is Satan offering him all the kingdoms of the earth and all this gold and, all these riches? Who gave him these things? Why does he have them in his hands to be able to hand over to Jesus?
Or he just said he did, right?
But there's that possibility.
So that's the only one that he rebuked. But everybody else on the planet that came into contact with Jesus, he didn't throw them away. He didn't discard them.
He'd kind of tell off them, yeah.
If only everybody adopted that attitude, the witnesses, and I mean especially, and I'll never forget that as long as I live. I thought, wow, I take an Uber ride and the guy changed my life.
Isn't it? You never know how long somebody's going to be in our lives. It can be an encounter like that, and sometimes people are supposed to be in our lives just for a season. And I really appreciate you sharing this story about your niece, and this is definitely mourn-worthy, and you have every reason to be, whatever you're feeling, whatever you're experiencing, it's legit. You know what I'm saying? It's legit.
But I'm really surprised that Watchtower didn't have something about it on their site. I mean, how bad does it have to be before they publish something?
They don't publish deaths and stuff like that, I don't think.
But these are people that were, kingdom evangelizers serving in another country, albeit they were on their day off swimming, but still, you would think they would give them some recognition. I mean, how horrible is that? You're just dispensable to us.
Yes. I did see a Facebook kind of thing that was made from AI, and it recognized the situation and said to pray for the family. But I don't know who put that out there. It was pretty intriguing. And it was very honoring, just gave a few facts about that situation where your niece was. I appreciate you joining me.
All right. Thank you, darling. I'm sorry. Kind of rattling here, fine. But...
And if you want to join me through, in the future or even later tonight through YouTube, what I have is a link at the top of the chat. And if you click on that link, it'll take you to one page And then at the bottom of that page, it says to enter the studio. And that will take you to the page where I would let you in. And then you would definitely want to turn off YouTube from another,
So,
from the other stream. Otherwise, we get an echo.
okay.
And you
I will
don't have
try.
to show your face. You can just kind of look like a generic little.
Okay. It's like a work day when your boss says, "Okay, we're having a Zoom in like 10 minutes." I'm like, "Oh my god,
Mm-hmm.
oh my god!" There's so many videos about that where the gal is like eating chips and
Right?
she's like hiding all this stuff and stashing stuff, and I'm like, I laugh about that all the time. Yeah, so I won't show myself. I'll try to do that if I don't fall asleep. I've been sleeping really regularly.
Yeah,
And tell your guests thank you so much for all their words of support. But it's just a story that
it's close to home.
It just brings up so many different it's emotions you don't even think about until it happens.
Yes, a matter of fact, you're. I'm sorry for laughing, but I laugh at ironic things. Like you were showing me a picture of like what one of the rooms look like, and one of the walls is painted and
right.
I told you I'd loved the paint on the wall, and then when you went to tell me the name of the paint, it had the word water in it, and you were just like, "Ugh, I hate that word water." Right? It was just because of this thing that happened with your niece being water. Things are going to come up when you don't even see it coming, and
I know that triggered me when I wrote that. Still Water is the name of the paint in my new retreat reading room in my new house.
Yes, it's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with me. And I remember too when you had a nephew or a niece. You sent me pictures of them. You're bragging away, So over the years, you and I have been in touch. Thank you, sis, for coming on. I appreciate you very much. And I've always said I want to be like you when I grow up. And I don't know.
I don't think anybody would want to be in my shoes right now.
Well, I love you, sis, and thank you for sharing what was going on. It's
all right. Thanks, everybody.
I'm sure it's making an impact.
Thank you very, very
I'll
much.
tune into YouTube and watch until I fall asleep.
Matthew said thank you very, very much.
Oh, thank you, Matthew.
And she said thank you, Matthew. Okay, love, I'm going to let you go.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Okay. Wow. Yeah.
Oh, my.
Yes.
Still processing here.
Yes. So there, like I said, there's been a few deaths, and it's really heartbreaking. The babies are not supposed to die, and I know she's 28 and she's not a baby, but someone's child has died, and that's just to bury your own children is one of those things that we think in our heads that that's just not supposed to happen. Matter of fact, during the time of C-19, my son, who was with a gal who had a daughter that, had gotten used to my son being around for quite a few years, like 4 years or so. And he had called me and said, "Mom, I have, this is what I have right now." And I'm like, "You doing okay?" And he says, "Yeah." And then a week or so later, he gives me a call and told me that the daughter has it, his girlfriend's daughter. And after I got off the phone finding this out, I lost my motherfucking mind because I had no clue how much stress I had pent up. And I just went like on a ranting rave, starting with the babies are not supposed to die. And at that time, I did not have enough education about COVID. I felt like it was going to be a death for her, and she was a child, 8 years old, so I was just like going nuts.
Yes. Wow. But I think, Linda, just looking at the comments here, I'm very grateful to be able to see that. And see how engaged everybody is. I mean, it's there's a lot of healing going on, and I can see there's a lot of compassion and there's a lot of love. Mama Bear's words are just ringing here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think it's the authenticity, being able to put value in acknowledging what's happened, and just the love that's coming through. That's very, very evident here. And we've got a story on record. This can go in a book. There's a chapter. Now we've got something that we can benefit from.
And very much relate to, that the fact that, those of us who are previous witnesses have, opportunities passed, and this relationship was robbed from Linda, who I just got off the phone with, that there could have been a relationship there, and now there never will be one. And that's mourn worthy as well. And the thought about how you can just be having a nice day, and all of a sudden a freak, to me it did not sound like it was an ordinary thing that happened there. Yeah. It sounded like they didn't see it coming. Mm-hmm. And if the locals never had it happen like that, I mean, there was a few drownings, yes, but it's a tourist place, and many tourists have gone there. It was the first time it ever happened with a tourist,
Can I read Happy Thoughts comment?
Sure.
It says, loss of a loved one is devastating. You don't get over it. You eventually learn to live with the grief. These chats of ones who love their neighbor are truly special.
Yes. And you know what this reminds me of? What was that gentleman's name that during C19, he kept doing like these advertisement kind of shows. I can't think of who he is. And he would just keep doing these advertisements, and different people would have him on the show through videos, and he would constantly say it's because of love of neighbor. Coming from that scripture about, love your neighbor as yourself, but he never said as yourself. Love your neighbor as yourself. That's what this is based in. Yes. And I, for the first time, got a letter about 4 days ago from the Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall here in my town.
Okay.
To whom it may concern, this lovely letter. And it was just amazing that it did not once say Jehovah. It spoke of Jehovah as God. So it was very generic. Very generic. It was a trip. But they didn't give the address of that person. They said a certain family, their last name and family. But the address was for the Kingdom Hall, which I'm glad, because I think it's dangerous for a Jehovah's Witness, if they're involved in these letter writing campaigns, to put their own address as a return address. That's pretty dangerous. So I'm glad to see that she didn't do that, or he didn't do that.
Yeah. Linda James, we are in a different age, and people are needing the authentic connection.
Yes.
This automaton mindset is just, I can't fathom it.
Well, when you can't come as you are to God or your fellow brother and sister, because who you are is not approved of, you have to somebody else.
But the toxicity at being authentic, you're not allowed. You're getting reprimanded for an authentic. Authentic. Yeah.
A matter of fact, in the real world or within society at large, when someone lives a double life, it's like they're being somebody other than who we see that who they are on a regular basis. It's like they have a different persona, right? Within the organization, when people say I had a double life, what I think of it as is they finally got to go off and be who they are. That was declared a double life.
Yes, I had that speech. Yeah, sure. So, what my feeling while I was hearing this, I was getting gripped in the throat, getting gripped while I'm listening to this thing, you know.
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely. Do
and
you
I was
have
actually
children, Matthew?
no, I remained single, never got married.
Okay.
But I had a situation where, look, it's not even close. I had a house where the mother abandoned the children and left the country.
Okay.
And I was a special pioneer. And I just said, oh, this situation is just a nightmare. And I looked after those children.
Right.
And my mission was to try and find the nearest living relative. I involved the school headmaster because, she had abandoned them out of panic with the idea I'm going to go to a country where I can send money in with the economic. It was one of these complex things, but that was as close as I came to looking after children.
Okay.
And looking after a school. When that happened, then the headmaster brought me into the school, and then I was teaching the grade 6s and 7s. And we uncovered a big child abuse thing.
Within that school?
Yeah, at that school. This is going to be in favor of the witnesses, though, if I tell you the rest. Because when that was peeled. Oh, there was also a deaf child. I don't know if you say that in the States or you say hearing impaired. Yes. I know there's taboos with the way that you say this, but we say a deaf child or a deaf person. And to be black and deaf in Africa is a curse among the people.
Oh.
So if you find a child like that, you'll find them with like a collar and a rope and stuck into the ground like they're an animal.
I see.
Because this is a demonic thing. This is So there were all sorts of things happening in that area that were very, very tragic. I can't mention the person's name. Okay, so let me hold back on the name. But this child, I remember, was signing to me because they had developed their own sign language.
Right on.
And Linda James, for him to communicate to me, he made it so clear.
Yeah?
I'm sitting there, I'm going, this is not a standard dialect, but the clarity of signs, phenomenal. So he would link with you, I'm going to say spiritually, make a spiritual connection with you.
Sure.
Right? So trust had to be there. And I remember sitting there with Bible Book of Stories, the yellow Bible Book of Stories, the one that's now, trauma, source of trauma. But I remember sitting there with him and he's going, oh, this is animals and this is a snake. And he's telling me all these various things. And then uncovers what's happening to him at school. And I sit there and I'm going, what? I don't know. I don't think I can even sign some of the things, but he's became very, very clear. Can you see me?
Yes, a very easy victim. And what's amazing is the term learned helplessness is related to somebody who's like tied and can't go further than the rope allows one to.
So there was another child, a girl, I think about the same age as him. So anyway, so I'm in this house and there's these children and I'm going, right, next number one, don't be isolated. The other thing too was, and I'm involving the headmaster, and the headmaster is part of government intelligence, because that's the way things are set up in the country. He hated whites, but somehow we developed a relationship which was incredible. I also had a good relationship with a scientist from Scotland, and we all converged together in this very strange mix. And we endeavored to try and find the nearest living relatives. Anyway, it uncovered this child abuse thing. And I'm just being authentic in my Gaga land approach, and trying to do the right thing and involving the headmaster and saying, this is what we've uncovered, and all of this. And when that occurred, then it exposed things, and there was closure, and there was dealing with things properly and bringing about some form of justice to the situation and trying to clear it up. It actually opened up the preaching work. So people who used to throw me out and wouldn't listen to me said, listen, we might not agree with you, but it's changed the dynamic in this area. This had to be dealt with, and come into our house, sit and eat something, have tea with us, and you can tell us your Jehovah's Witness message even if we don't agree with it, because of this that's happened.
Well,
and it opened,
you're a protector.
Yeah. So the one child, I remember a girl about 5 years of age comes into the house and starts telling me a harrowing story about what was happening in the house where they went to play over the road.
Okay.
And says to me, oh yeah, there was a guy there abusing the kids. And it said and the kids were enjoying themselves and participating, and this is the kind of thing that had happened there, crazy situation. And so it came to her, and she said, no!
Wow.
And I said, why? She says, I remember the book, Jehovah's Witness publication, Learn from the Teacher, the Jesus one, Learn from the Teachers, where there's a little girl with her hand up like this, no. And she says, no. Yes. And she put up such a fight because of our interactions and what she had learned in our interactions and how to protect yourself and all of this stuff, that women in the other houses came by because she was putting up such a screaming match, and saved her. And it uncovered also the abuse that was going on in the house, because look, the abuse is rife. It's rife in the society anyway, or in the culture. And she was saved, and then she was interviewed. And I remember during the interview, she added some more information that she hadn't disclosed to us. And she just blurted it out, and she says, and I hit him.
Good for her.
I went, wow, wowee, you know? So I hit him.
I love it.
Oh my goodness. No, it's terrible, but yes, you know, hooray for our side, you know. And anyway, so that was that. And of course, I had change of assignment when all of this came out. So all of these things happen, and I get change of assignment. But what was really great there was the transparency, and then some of the deaf community. Oh, it overturned all sorts of things. The deaf community came out. There was a woman who had studied culinary art.
Okay.
And she was deaf, totally deaf, but she was a model, and she got hold of the young boy who was deaf, because he was not concentrating, and he would climb a tree and he would never come down, and that was very difficult to deal with him. And so she was helping me with him. And she says to him, "Oh, by the way, I've also been sexually abused." She says,
She told him that?
Yeah, she says, I was sexually, because she commanded respect in the community, because in the country, somebody who was deaf could get a free pass on the buses and the transportation system. And she says, no, I will never use that free pass on the system. And we all go, well, why? I mean, the government has given that to you. She says, no, because it's learned helplessness.
That's what I just got done saying. Wow.
Yeah, she says it's learned helplessness. She says when she was a kid, she said they would get aid, clothes, all of this. And she says, well, why? And she says, because you're deaf. So she says, oh, so I deserve this because I'm deaf. She says she had to overcome this dependency mindset. And she says, I don't teach it and I don't like it. And she was teaching him. She says, oh, you like me because I'm a model and you like that I'm educated and I've got a degree and all of this kind of thing. She says, well, I'll tell you something now. You've got to work to have your independence so that you're not dependent on these people. And she says, and when I was abused and enjoying this because that was the mindset I was in, she says, I've forgiven it because she says, I realized I didn't have the education. I can forgive it because I know I was ignorant of what I thought things were all normal. I can look back and I go, no, it wasn't normal.
Right.
And she says, and I look to the future. She says, that's where I put my mind. She says, I look to the positive future and I look to the empowerment that I have now. And she says, and all of this trauma and all of this kind of stuff, and I can look to a better future. And I looked at that and I looked at the simplicity of the way she was putting it. But simplicity doesn't mean simplistic. She was not simplistic, but I just was taught so much by her positive outlook and dealing with things, and her saying no, she'll never go back to this dependency thing or learned helplessness. She won't do it. In fact, she's angry about it. That's where she would be angry. She'd go, no, I find that abhorrent.
I know that the deaf community here are very insulted if people look upon them as though they are dumb, even though that term can be associated with deaf. They are not dumb. They are smart people, even though they're deaf. And, once they have their language and they're communicating amongst one another, it's a big deal,
Linda James, I've got an apology for you.
Okay.
Because in my talking very, very freely and endeavoring to be in the truth wave, there may have been thoughts about, I don't know, psych medication that has come through negatively, and I never, ever want that to be directed to you in that kind of way, because, it's just, if it's come through like that, that's very, very unintentional. So I apologize if ever that's happened, because I really do believe your intuition is very, very strong. And I believe the work that you are doing in love here is the real thing. And that's what the deaf community taught me. Mm-hmm. Because I noticed that when one of the deaf, who's born deaf, like our young man, I'm avoiding names. I have to avoid names. The young man that I was with, I noticed when they prayed, I could feel what it's my experience. What I perceived was the spiritual experience. I felt like their communication was the purest communication to, if you want to say God or supreme consciousness or the higher power, however you want to define the spiritual connection. I would feel that, and I'm going, this is tangible. I can't ignore this. And I'm going, that's more powerful than what we're getting in the Kingdom Hall. That's what I felt. And these were people.
Hawaiians will dance, and it seems as though they're using sign language sometimes too. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like with their
So
hands?
yeah, it's the pure thought that precedes the word, which is corruptible.
And thank you for that apology. I'm definitely someone who has found that taking and what you're talking about is something that you and I an encounter, like we were having this conversation through Joe and Fran's show earlier last week, and you were sharing some things about kind of a higher spiritual experience, and I think it got brought up because I was talking about here in the United States, RFK Jr. Associated with some Scientologists who are against medicine and definitely psych meds. So I think you went into this, there's some enlightenment that can be had, but psych meds would interrupt that. And then the conversation kind of went to, I let you know that I was taking psych meds and that I'm very med compliant and why I took them. I used to just be bedridden with, like rolling panic attacks and this, that, and the other, high anxiety and clinically depressed and the whole nine. And I didn't start taking them until I was 30. But it made such a huge difference in my life. And I think you made a statement of just imagine if you weren't taking psych meds, like as if I might have been able to have a higher spiritual experience. So in my mind, I'll pass on the higher experience, but I appreciate you talking about it. And thank you for that apology, because I do hear where you're coming from. I
recognized that because, I was referring to, the raising of the chrism. Mm-hmm. It's a belief. Now, some may believe in it and some may not. So I'm reporting on the various beliefs. I think Santos Bonacci came up, Fran and Joe had mentioned him. So there was all sorts of things. But irrespective of what the intention was, I picked up, no, hang on a second. There's something I've said that's triggered something in Linda James, and it's unintentional. And I'm in deep water here. I could sense I'm in deep water. I don't know what it is I've done. Stupid. Yeah, I've done something stupid. So when I join
the club,
when I know that there's a complexity and I can't even analyze it because there's too much that's happened. There's just too much that's flying by and in the middle of this thing. But I must recognize the limitation and go, hang on a second, there's somebody that's been hurt here. Intuitively, whilst on psych meds, as it turns out, I just know that the thing to do is to apologize, because that was also denied in our growing up or in the leadership and in the religion, was you couldn't apologize. I remember a branch committee member going, no, you don't apologize for that because it's an admission of guilt. You're going, what? But this is what we're supposed to be teaching. And we had the opposite thing because it's all about liability now.
Yes.
And then how do you heal something like that? So I'm going, no, let's deal with that. Let's be the opposite of that thing. Somebody today, or it was on Rick's show or somewhere, was saying, oh, whatever you've learned from the governing body, do the opposite, because you'll find that that's the right thing to do. So Linda James, I don't know, but I apologize. I really do, because and what I said about your work, I really feel that. I think your work is the proper spirituality, or the network that we're involved in here. It is the proper spirituality, because it's endeavoring to be as truthful as one possibly can, and in the soil of dirty truth, the sacred and the profane, that's where the genuine love grows. And that's what I was feeling with Linda today in her story. I was seeing that in the comments.
Yes. and I've talked with Linda in the past. One time she joined me on a show when I was on Rick Farron's platform, and I used to do like an all-night show almost. I would just let the conversation flow, and she was joining me one night and talking about how her and her mother had danced, and she had bought some curtains for her mother's bathroom, and just doing some normal loving things. And unfortunately, somebody had sent back her curtains. It was just so the curtains that she had, set up for her mother, and it was just so like just such a rejection. And what I was going to talk about tonight is we have a tendency to, from the culture of Jehovah's Witnesses, we have a tendency to self-sabotage ourselves, to kind of go into stinking thinking, and it makes it to where we don't have a sense of wanting to pursue things any further. It kind of keeps us stuck, and the organization, part of what they did and the way we were talked to, because the fact is it was as though we were with an abusive partner who said you would be nothing without me, and that we had to be very reliant upon this organization for our survival in this side of Armageddon and the other side of Armageddon. And this was the only place where Jehovah would speak to his people. And then we get to find out that his people are really only the 144,000. And those of us in the great crowd would only benefit if we stick close to them. That Jesus was not even our mediator. Okay?
Yeah.
How dare them take the place of the mediator that Scripture says the mediator between God and man is Christ. And they claim that only 144,000 of us get to have this mediator, and that the great crowd doesn't? How dare them? If you if you look up the word Antichrist, one of the definitions is someone who chooses to take the place of Christ in your life. That's just one of the definitions. That's by stating that, it was an actual Antichrist statement.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that this organization is the Antichrist. I'm saying that if somebody, again, like that thing I said before, Cult 101, if somebody claims they're God, run. If somebody says they speak for God, run. This is a cult. Run.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're getting into all kinds of psychology now. I mean, that's God complex, isn't it? It's also, solipsism, or, the whole universe revolves around the one single individual. And that's the, you get this egotistical thing going on, and oh, man. Yeah, it's just not healthy.
Well, the organization tells us that we don't get to open the Bible and read a scripture and actually think we understand it. They are the only ones, the governing body, are the only ones that can interpret scripture. So even though we know that Matthew 24:47, where it says they're the faithful and discreet slave, even though we know it's a parable, they are the governing body and have told us it's a prophecy. So going along with not trusting our own decision-making skills and our own thoughts,
yes,
we have to just accept what they said, their definition of it is. And scripture definitions can even change. And we have to just keep up with it.
But this kind of attitude was what kind of got me into big trouble here, because and again, I'm in Gaga land. I'm trusting the guys. And the one chap, I'm realizing he's in this God complex thing about himself. He's coming up with wild and wonderful, above even the governing body. And I'm going, where have I seen this before?
Yep.
And I'm going, you can't decide this. And he's got this idea he's untouchable, and if he makes a mistake, it doesn't matter. You still got to obey, even if it's this mistake. And when of course he realizes he's being recorded, or that he's on the record, and I'm making all of these extensive notes and transcribing all his nonsense, and that it's exposing that he feels he's this little God that it's a power thing. That's what it is.
Absolutely.
And you can see the addiction to power and control over people. And he's going, I am supported by this system. That's why I'm in this system, because this system gives me the right to be like this. Mm-hmm. And eventually it got to the stage, Linda James, he spelled it out to me. He's going, I do not care if I am wrong. You have to obey this thing. And I caught it. I've got that tucked away and going, this is what the congregation was complaining about. They were saying to me, Matt, when I came into this congregation, a sister got hold of me and my father and says, you don't know what you've walked into here. And of course I'm going, here's a spiritually sick sister who's just mouthing off and complaining about the ego and all of this. And I'm going, okay, let's comfort her and do all this stuff. No, it's not what you see. And Jehovah knows and all of this. She's right.
Yeah, the day we realize this is a big day too.
Yeah, she's right. And I was getting these reports by genuine people and saying, Matt, you don't know what you've stepped into here. This is what's going on. These are all the little tricks that we can expose that's going on, that's fueling the Lord and Masters here, that have created their clique that's protecting itself. Mm-hmm. And it was a mind blow. And I was going, the only way to expose it is create a record. And so I did. And when they found out that there was the record and exposed, because people will not believe it unless you have the record to say, oh, in private, this is how the guys chirp. You have no idea, because it's all super syrup sweet in public. Mm-hmm. And you're going, oh, isn't this just wonderful? The brother so-and-so is just marvelous.
Step over here for a second, sir.
Yeah.
And you get to hear all that.
But the thing is, even with the evidence, it's almost, they'll go, I think an AI produced this. I don't believe it's real.
Yeah.
And the guy is swearing his head off and all of this kind of stuff, and going, this is the real personality, folks. This is it.
And the reprimanding that you're getting, you need to recognize that you deserve it. That's another thing.
Yeah.
And to be humble and simply receive it.
And then you get the Stockholm syndrome. People who love it. And
it's
I'm looking
trauma
at this
bond.
What?
We can actually be bonded with people when they traumatize us. They scare the crap out of us, and we bond with them. It makes no sense, but it's a trauma bond.
Linda James, what does it say when Bible students, when I have students, I give them the authentic thing. I go, look, there's the sacred, there's the profane, there's the light, there's the dark. Always done it like that. And my students were writing to me and saying, we can't stay in this congregation. We can't stay here. Your guys are Looney Tunes. Your elders are Looney Tunes. And we'll tell you why. Here it is. And I'm going, I can't argue with you guys. You bang on. This is exactly what's occurring. And that was at the height of COVID. And one of my students died, same age. It was a stupid death and all of this kind of stuff. And it was like I had uncovered, just by doing my job, just uncovered what is it, euthanasia, when there's like an assisted death.
Yes.
I don't know if that must be happening in the States or whatever, and I don't know how you talk about it on your show, but I was uncovering all of this kind of stuff, this big conveyor belt of, excuse me for saying, death machine, and how it was done. And there's a special pioneer, elderly special pioneer, gasping for water in the hospital, and they're not giving her water. And I'm going, I know why this is done. I know why it's done, because they've seen what her income level is like, and it's terrible. So they've calculated the costs of, do I need to go on and spell this out? You're already nodding your head. You know where this is going. So they've calculated the costs and going that it would be better to create a situation that falls into a category of a natural death. So it's almost like, okay, I may be wrong on some of the things here, all right? But it's like, let's deny you water and you've died because you couldn't get water.
Right.
Oh, she was in her hospital bed. She couldn't reach for the glass of water, and so, which we had provided legally, and because of that, she died. And then it got to the mayor's office, or to the premier, and he says, I want to know how Jehovah's Witnesses are looking after their own elderly who've given their lives as missionaries or whatever. And we're going, oh, we'll tell you of cases now. And he says, yeah, I want to link you to my office. I want to hear about what's going on. I've got a very deep interest in how things are happening. And so Linda James, I think just in being truthful about reporting and not making a conclusion about it, not saying, oh, I'm categorical and my point of view is the absolute. I'll just tell you what my observation is, and you can investigate for yourself. And if you uncover something else and information I don't have, I'm willing to be adjusted.
Well, might that person who couldn't reach the water cup, might that person have already written out their will? And in the will,
yes,
would a good amount of it been delegated to the organization, if not all? And if they have a disfellowshipped child, I don't know why. I mean, some Jehovah's Witnesses, the natural thing is to give it to those that are your children. But if your children are disfellowshipped and you're indoctrinated to think of them as dead, maybe they would be more inclined to not give it their inheritance to a dead child, but rather the organization. Yes. That would be the honorable, godly thing to do, wouldn't it? I'm just talking out loud on how someone's mind might think. I used to say I speak by denominational, because I know that Christian theology and I know Jehovah's Witness theology, and I called that bi-denominational, like bilingual, bi-denominational.
Well, you haven't got that from nowhere, Linda James. That's why I go, okay, I believe you're an information hub. You are seeing patterns, okay?
Yes.
I'm in Gaga land because I'm going, I think I'm pretty astute for seeing things. And I get the revelation years later.
Sometimes I do too.
HLC, Hospital Liaison Committee, Patient Visitation Group, there was always the one elder who's always beat me to the patient. And I'm always coming in and it's like, hey, brother, I don't know, what's a common name? Joe Soap.
we can even use terminology like brother enthusiastic or
brother enthusiastic, right? Brother enthusiastic. He's
always on
there,
time.
and the patient is, thank you, brother enthusiastic. I'm really grateful for your visit. And you're going, what have they been talking about before I've walked into the room?
Mm-hmm.
And then the patient says, oh yeah, just make sure brother enthusiastic processes that will.
And
you're going, what's just happened?
This is called undue influence, legally. Undue influence.
Among the three elders, this is the incentivized one.
Mm-hmm.
This is the incentivized one. And here's two clueless ones. Matt's one of them.
Sure.
He's completely clueless, thinking, oh, this is all above board and it's all great. But no, this one. Oh, and you realize this one is doing absolutely anything they want. And you're going, how is this person an elder? I don't know how they're an elder. But they've got great comms with Bethel, and they got their chums in the branch, and everything's good. This is the one that, how do I say this? It looks like this is the one that's employed to be on HLC to make a jolly good business.
Yeah.
Because they're getting, and then you notice, oh, there's dear sister so-and-so, and her husband's just died. And, oh, it's so difficult to move the property, but I don't know, the coordinator or this elder or that elder's bought it below market value, because they've
took it off of her hands.
They've done her a favor because it was so difficult for her to sell, and she was so distraught, and she's grateful. Oh, they did me a favor, yay! And of course, I'm looking at this and I'm going, guys, can you not see the business that's going on here with these practices? No wonder you're so incentivized to defend the ethics of what's going on. And Linda James, it took me ages to connect these. It's so sophisticated.
Well, when we hear comments all the time that everything we're taught is from the Bible, we believe it. And then it's kind of like when we really have a in-depth, how did they come up with 607? Then we kind of find out it's really not biblically based, but something Charles Taze Russell came up with, and then maybe even Rutherford adjusted it, and it's really not biblical. Okay, there's one. But once it becomes like the 14th one that we realize, gee, this one isn't biblical either, it's a hard one to accept that these beliefs that we have might not be from the Bible when we were always told they only teach from the Bible. It's hard to catch on. Everything we saw said it's not from the Bible, but we've been indoctrinated to believe it is from the Bible. And to boot, we are the happiest people on earth. And you know what? We're miserable because we cannot be our authentic self.
Well, I didn't realize that we had our own incentivized scholars too. Let's produce a professor who's going to forward, dates in history. And then, of course, later on, they have a crisis of conscience, and then they disfellowship. But we retain their information. But you've essentially put a gag order in the community to be able to link up with that person to find out what actually occurred.
That's right.
And it was only when I was now assisting Writing Desk that they kept pumping me with the key figures. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, but you've always got to... Oh, here's the thing. Writing Desk actually said to me, or introduced me to thesis, antithesis, synthesis. They call it tackling. Okay. Yeah, and I'm going, what's happening? Maybe it was some of the writers who are actually saying, oh, Matt, you need to get away from this. Get far away from this. And we'll teach you to use the brain. Let's give you the 607 thing. What do you see happening here with this scholar? and these got, what do you see? What's your conclusion? I'm going, oh, I'll give you my conclusion. There's a conflict here. But if we process this thing in writing desk, we're going to get bounced. We'll never be able to publish the article. And they're going, good. Yeah. That's correct. Yes. And it was in that system that kind of led me to believe that I believe people are trapped in the system because they've put in such security measures that they're going, we realize we've created the circular reasoning.
Yes.
And Matt, let's tell you how we're medicated on psych meds. We'll tell you how this is, okay? But we thank Jehovah, okay? Because I have a disobedient body. My body is disobedient. But
the flesh is weak, but the spiritual, yes.
I'm grateful that
is obedient.
I'm grateful that I've been disciplined. I'm grateful that I'm medicated in this dreamland and all of this kind of stuff. And
listen,
I'm grateful
obey and be blessed. Yes.
And when I saw that, I'm going, whoa, if I stay here, is that the destination? Is that what it is? And people were, Linda James, they were wearing with a sense of pride their damages, like a badge of honor. Oh, I am medicated, or I have this mental deterioration, or I've got half a lung or half a kidney or whatever, because this is the sacrifice, because my body is just shriveling up and dying. And it was almost like a sense of pride as well in the community that this is what had happened. Oh yeah, this is the sacrifice that's given. And I'm going, this is not what I had signed up for. I had signed up for the holistic healing side, which I had learned in Zimbabwe, that was based on truth and catharsis and all of this kind of thing. And I was going, this is a horror story that's going on. This is completely against. But then I was thinking, oh, well, then that's Satan that's infiltrated the congregation. That's why I'm here.
Any doubts that you have must be Satan getting to you.
Yeah, and I must also work on it because this has come in, or this has become a Judas situation. So I'm going to heal it. I'm going to work to try and heal this thing, not really realizing the fish had died from the head and the rot had set in from those key elements. And I think it was the criminal aspect, like the one child I was talking about last night, where the detective had said to me, I know this is a massive cartel that goes throughout Africa that put you in harm's way or whatever. And I realized the complexity of it and the organization key personnel's reaction in trying to, like you say, avoid the liability. That was the issue. Not truth, not getting it out in the open. It was, we've got to clamp down on this. This is information control. This is affecting our squeaky clean image, and we have to stop this, and we have to show how. But it's just too complex to talk about, right?
Yes, and let me just add in here, because you've been talking about the liaison committee that gets involved in hospitals, and it's presented to Jehovah's Witnesses as elders coming in encouraging you, and if you're getting ready to have anything done in the hospital, and then you have your blood card as well, and your blood card gives the organization power of attorney for situations of, in case you need blood, not for everything that's medical in your life, but if you need blood. So they get to be your voice if you're in the hospital and you might have an operation. And of course, you, as a Jehovah's Witness conscience, you have the mindset that receiving blood is not an option, or yes, we can do some fractions, but the old school brothers and sisters are, just in case, I'm not even going to take the fractions. Those are the old school ones. But either way, whether you take fractions or not, when you're presented with something that's a trial basis, and you think to yourself, well, if I receive blood, I won't receive a resurrection. And this is something they're experimenting with, and it's a trial basis. I will accept the trial basis, which is something that improves synthetic blood or
Yes.
different forms of. When I say guinea pigs, Jehovah's Witnesses are used for guinea pigs. It's something that the government gets to perfect. So we end up being volunteered as guinea pigs because our mindset is we can't receive a regular blood transfusion. So what I'm wanting to say is, if you change your mind, you may verbally tell a nurse, tell anybody, even the janitor coming in to change the trash can. You can say, please get me the nurse or my doctor, and I don't want my family to notice, or however you want to say it. But all you have to do is verbally say, I've changed my mind. And they will set things up in such a way for you. They're very creative once you have verbally said this. And that's only if that goes with your conscience. I'm not telling anyone to do something against their conscience. I'm saying if you have changed your mind, if you do want this blood transfusion, that blood card does not hold you. You can verbally say something, and it will make this blood card null and void. They will no longer be your power of attorney, and they will set it up in such a way that others will not know. Okay. Even though the liaison team will have access to your medical records, they can still set it up to where they do not know.
I was trying to work out how it is that we can supply something like erythropoietin, right? And be very generous with it. Who's paying for it? You know, as soon as there is facilities that are available, okay, is it government sponsored? What is it? Is it subsidized? How is it that there is all of this energy buzzing around something like hospital liaison committee, right? Until you start seeing that there is a link between wills and you're going, unanswered questions. This doesn't look good, okay? And it's getting into this ambiguous gray area where we're not getting answers and we can't investigate. It's looking very, very difficult. And you're suddenly seeing, well, follow the money again. There's a pattern. And you're going, I finding it very difficult to argue against this. It's not looking like it's in our favor. I saw a letter from a person who was well-meaning, who said, right, there's a whole stack of money, huge, massive sum, all right? And in the letter it said, I want you to look after the immediate local needs, not WWW. Immediate local needs, all right? And it says, when those local needs have been catered for, then you can take surplus and send it to WWW. So this amount was of such a degree that it was going to create financial freedom for the congregations and the community in the area. If they had just like put it into properties or something like this, you would have been able to get a rent coming in. There would be no need for voluntary donations anymore. The area would be free of that. Okay, they'd own their own properties. I mean, independent financially. And
as
so
a Kingdom Hall, or
so 3 Kingdom Halls, several congregations connected. And I was looking at this and going, if you just did this maths carefully, and you were a careful custodian with the monies that was donated here, there would be this pathway to paying all the bills and having extra and even being able to send that to WWW, right?
Gosh, you sound like a friend of mine named Gilbert Gonzalez.
Oh, God, Gilbert's life is ahead.
Very similar when he was in the Spanish congregation. He was presenting something very similar, a matter of fact.
Because we learn this from the organization on how to invest and all of this kind of stuff. So you take that with good intention and you present it and say, there's a solution.
Mm-hmm.
And so what did Gilbert say?
He said he presented it to the congregation and then they poo-pooed on it. Like, no, it wasn't accepted. So that was disappointing because it could have really just evolved and paid for itself. And, but then we got to a point where, like, okay, all the Kingdom Halls now belong to headquarters.
Right.
And not only that, we are committed to send in a certain amount every month to headquarters.
Sure.
And after we do all that, we're responsible for paying for whatever maintenance happens within the organization.
Sure.
It's like you're renting a place and you're in charge of your own maintenance.
Yes.
That's just wrong.
Well, he's bang on. I mean, I'm recognizing a pattern there. He's recognizing a pattern here. When we didn't have the incentivized bunch that got sent in here, okay, the incentivized elders, when we didn't have them, we were able to buy our own properties, build our own places, okay, all right, and there was a steady, I would say, financial growth.
Let me just interrupt here. If you became dependent, then you would not depend on Mother Org. You see what this would do for you?
Well, that's when properties and lands and everything like that had to be transferred, like what Gilbert's saying. All right, that's when that happened. That was like a death knell, because when that occurred, whoop, we suddenly lost the properties. Then there was the convergence of congregations, yes. And then we had to pay extra for transportation. And we're going, this is not sustainable, and they don't care. And they sent in young elders who were just basically bullying. Mm-hmm. And I'm watching older, experienced elders falling into the trap.
Yes.
They're going, oh, we can see something's wrong. We want to put up our hands. And going, guys, you don't realize you're on record. Everything you say is going to go back to the branch. They're going to listen to it, and then they're going to counter it. Mm-hmm. You're just falling into the jam unless you can pull some discrete strings here. So the only way that we
and this happened like in 72 or 73, right about the time that they came up with the elder body, which beforehand there used to be somebody in the congregation that was pretty much leading things, and then they'd send in some young buck who told the man of wisdom, this is how things are going to go now. It sure. Sounds just like what you're talking about. And that person who's the man of wisdom and been working with this, I don't even remember the title, but, keeping this congregation going for years upon years. And when they were low on money, he opened his wallet and put that money in to make sure to send it to Bethel.
Yeah.
He's all of a sudden, disposable.
Who said mental gymnastics? Somebody said mental gymnastics, and I laughed at it. And I'm still living in Gaga land, and I come, what's the way to keep all the Kingdom Halls in the area? What's the way to keep all the investments? They said, well, we've got a huge variation of language groups. So let's set up, I'm going to exaggerate it, French, German, Italian, Shona, Chichewa, Sutu, all of these groups, and make it this phenomenal growth on all of these language groups, which is what happened. So when that occurred, and they're saying, oh no, we're going to converge English, you're going to become one congregation. I said, yeah, but now we've got all these various groups. That's 5 groups meeting in the one hall. We've got another 5 groups, different, I'm exaggerating, different languages. They have to use the other hall. So we saturated the whole thing.
Yes.
And we discovered that they'd already made the sale on the one hall, and they were forced into reversing it, which, I don't know how to say this, it pissed off some key elements. Excuse my French. but it really upset key elements, because the funny thing is, when we did that, we actually got the growth. I remember when we combined the language groups that we'd formed, we essentially had, I don't know, about 120 people or 140 people when we combined the groups.
Is that really growth? Is that really growth?
This was a legitimate growth. This wasn't just scraping and putting together, but their method was the artificial one. And so when that's why I said, use our brains to do mental gymnastics to actually fix the situation. And I'm kind of looking back now and going, I should have actually just kept quiet and not burnt the brain and let them do that, because it would have collapsed everything.
Yeah, but when you've been taught that, but we're not dishonest like some of these worldly people out in the world are.
Yes.
Then
that's why I'm in Gaga land. I'm still operating. Yeah.
You're in trouble for being honest, and you don't realize what you're really being told is you need to shut your mouth and you need to shut it now, because they're not saying it that way. They're implying certain, and if you fall on the scale of autism like myself, I don't get clues. I don't realize it when someone's giving me a hint, or if they're trying to give me a clue, it goes right over my head, and I still go, but wait a minute, they must not be hearing me, so I say it again.
Sure.
Maybe 4 or 5 more times, because I think they're not, and what they're really trying to do is shut me up. I'm not catching on.
You see an autistic pattern in me somehow. I get the sense that I trigger certain things, and you go, hang on, I can see certain things in you, Matt, by the way. And I'm not conclusive. I kind of go, well, is that because of the society that we're in that manifests this? I don't know. I don't have answers about it, but I relate to what you're saying. I go, I get that. There's so many things that go over my head, and I go, man, was I in the stupid class? Did you guys all attend the smart class?
My sister once told me, who was married to an elder, is still married to an elder, but I don't know if he's still an elder. She explained to me that if somebody is no longer commenting at the Kingdom Hall, that I should figure they're not, like I'm supposed to figure something out by non-actions, that they're at a certain spiritual state. And I was just like, really? Like, I never knew that. I just never knew that. And I never caught on to some of these things and what they meant. I just wasn't savvy to them.
Yes. Now, you mentioned Gigi had seen the pattern. Well,
pattern?
Yeah, the money is going up now suddenly. But this is the thing, because I'm going, in the long term, that strategy doesn't actually work in their favor. It might work for getting immediate monies, but if they had left us alone, our steady way of building was actually going to produce a better investment.
Sure it would.
But it's like a desperate thing to suddenly get, I think, cash flow immediately. I think that's what it is.
But because also, forgive me, keep going.
So I saw those monies suddenly evaporate, and then they put, you could only retain so much monies in your local account, and then it gets sent off. But again, I'm still in Gaga land, like you say, or part of the spectrum, whatever. And I go to the assembly hall, and they're talking about, oh man, it's so hot here, and we need to get air conditioners, and oh, money's come in, and isn't this great? And I was finding that the monies were not caring for the expenses that persons were donating for, and it was just getting sent to the branch. So was it the coordinator? Somebody gets up, big shot, and gets up, we need to solve these problems. So I stick up my hand and I go, yeah, well, we've got enough monies here. I realize that we've got these three brothers who controlling the books and all of this kind of stuff. But every time we're making decisions, we've never made a decision by actually looking at the books. Please, can you present the books before we come to these meetings?
That's funny.
I need to see receipts where everything's going, because you've asked us, can we solve the problem? And nobody's to leave the building until we start solving the problem. So please bring the books to us, and we will start tackling this. The coordinator gets up and he says, he shuts it down. He shuts it down. He says, yeah. And he was sitting behind me. He's sitting behind, and he quietly gets up like this phantom, and takes over the meeting. And he gets up there and he says, we've never operated this way. This is not the way the organization works. And I don't. Speaking
of our dear friend, Gigi has
Gigi's going to come and he's going to tell us.
Well, no,
Gigi, I'm sure you can put it a lot better than me. I'm floundering here.
No, but you're telling your experience. I'm definitely listening.
You know, one thing, everything I'm saying makes sense, especially because you guys are quoting me as an authority. But anyway,
I did vote for you, and yes,
GG
you are
for GB.
And he is the elder I wished I had. Yes.
You know, one thing I you can connect the dots, and I see it now in the political parties and the Jehovah's Witnesses. You can never underestimate the power of giving a speech at a convention. It's like the 30 pieces of silver that Judas Iscariot was willing to kill Jesus for. And I'm telling you, these Jehovah's Witnesses will sell properties. They will send money to the Watchtower in the tens of thousands, and they'll get rewarded with speeches at conventions. And it goes to show the stupidity and low IQ of these elders, because you have $50,000 in the bank and you need that money because you're going to have roof repairs, water wells, stuff like that, septic systems. It's a commercial building, asphalt repairs. And some genius elder agrees to send the money to Watchtower on account. And then on the next district convention, he has the keynote speech. Talk about,
positive reinforcement.
The power. So just look at your congregation and all of the elders in your congregation that were responsible for the stupidity of letting go of that money. They're the ones that are giving the speeches at the convention.
Yes, exactly.
Now, did you hear, Gigi, what Matthew was saying earlier? It sounded very similar to what you've said in the past, how you presented something to the elder body where you were. Was this the Spanish? Did I remember that right? It was a Spanish congregation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, it's funny because
what did they say to you when you presented that to them?
Watchtower. They try to pretend that there was an IRS clause and yada yada. It was a bunch of lie. They never wanted us to have a paid off Kingdom Hall without their help. There was going to be a loan, and you were going to be indebted in indentured servitude. Yeah, the idea. Yeah, and no Kingdom Hall is going to be allowed to have a zero loan Kingdom Hall. No, it doesn't fit their narrative. That's not why they have a religion. They have a religion to make sure everyone is making payments.
Drat.
Yeah.
We paid everything off. Everything was ours. Damn it. Gigi, the other thing too, that what you've just said, I noticed we had brothers with the worst reputations. I mean, I had dealt with their judicial cases. I mean, embarrassing. Mm-hmm. You talk about pornography rings. Just think of the worst of human society. This is what we had.
Yeah.
And also not that bright. Here's the other thing too. The intelligence quota wasn't that great. They were getting so in trouble in gross ways. I mean, I have details on. I wish I never knew. Because I look at the guy's face and I just go, man, how do I erase what I know?
Yeah.
And what you say, not the greatest speaker, not the brightest spark, and has given so much work. All right, I just look at this, and the life is a mess. And like you say, they come in, suddenly given authority and oversight, and suddenly on the program, and I'm going, what? This guy isn't working. But it was as soon as the click situation happened that got the monies going.
Yeah.
And I haven't made the connection, but you were ahead of it. Hey?
Well, check this out. You have to. This is so sad because you have to think like a thief. You have to think like a very dirty person to understand this. Why would Watchtower allow for certain elders, like you say, with those kind of records, to stay? Because behind the scenes, they don't think like you think that the people in the service desk think like all of us. We're all Jehovah's people. We're all thinking like, no. See, at the other side of that service desk, at the other side behind closed doors, now we know why all of the sexual deviancy happens in Bethel. You see, when you realize in Bethel, there's the working class, but the people behind, like in the secret society, the secret club, they're like, you know what? I live here in the vow of poverty, but next month I'm going to be in Rio de Janeiro giving a speech. The next month I'm going to be in Madrid, Spain. The following month I'm going to be in Buenos Aires, and then I'm going to be in Sydney, Australia. I live large, and there's no way these people will ever live the life that they do in the real world. They live like millionaires behind closed doors. Sure. They realize it. And so the people behind the scenes in Watchtower, that's why they have the sexual secrets. It's not the fact that they're homosexuals. It's that they're homosexuals on the down low. It's not the fact that they're adulterers with women. It's they're doing it on the down low. It's the secrecy of it all. You see? And they give the appearance of being morally clean, but they live a secret society behind the scenes. That explains why you have the useful idiots, which are the local elders that you use, because you know that they're always going to be there for you. That dumb elder will always send money, congregation money to you. They have like a say a scale 1 to 10, and the dumb elder, right, the retard that gives all the speeches and has all the power, he's scale number 10, because from a dirty corporate perspective, he's always faithful to the company man.
Yes. Loyalty.
He doesn't know how to think for himself. People that think for themselves, they get low on the scale because they don't serve the purpose of the organization.
Sure.
Watchtower isn't run like a regular for-profit organization where you want to hire the best of the best to have a good company. They hire the dumbest of the dumbest.
Absolutely.
So they can control. It's an inverted.
But they're loyal. Yes.
So truth is not the importance. The loyalty. Compliance is the importance.
That's what the governing body said. Loyalty is the most important thing.
Yeah. We had somebody who was what is it when there is sexual relations with somebody underage? I mean, legal age, I don't know, in the States, is that 18 years of age?
Yeah.
Yes.
So this person had and in oversight, this is in oversight. So they get caught out and go to prison. This is one of my persons I have to report to. Mm-hmm. So they're in prison, very charming, and again loved by all. And it comes out, and it's how horrifying, And I can talk about it because as soon as the person goes to prison, it's on public record, so you can actually look it up. So I'm not saying anything that Linda James's channel is going to get gonged out over. You can see it's on public record.
Right.
And I remember the oversight saying, as soon as he gets out of prison, he'll be welcomed back here with open arms.
Yeah.
And I go, sorry, say that again. Yeah, no, we'll welcome back. Yeah, welcome back. You know the story of the prodigal son. He's paid, and we'll welcome him back.
If Jehovah can forgive him, why can't we?
Well, when they are Jehovah, they've already forgiven them, because this is how it works. So they're going, oh no, that's our boy. He's one of us.
See, it works just like in the mafia. He has the tattoo of the eardrop on his.
Yep.
Yeah. He did the rape. He did the murder. He killed whatever.
Yeah.
He was the hitman, and then that's how they do the test of loyalty. So I'll give you an example. So my brother Jesse's hated by the elders, right? But another elder in that congregation, he let his daughter die because of the blood issue. He literally had to leave the city, the small town he was in, because the whole
sacrifice.
City, everybody hated the guy, right? But here's the point: it has to be true. The Watchtower has to be true in the eyes of that elder, because he let his daughter die. So Watchtower now has a patsy. They have a guy. This is our guy, because he will do whatever we tell him to. And you have to understand that behind the scenes in Watchtower headquarters, those people, they need loyalty. That's why the governing body says we need loyalty. So when I met up with my friend that I grew up with, he's a Gilead graduate, and he's at the convention, and he goes, that Gilead graduate is the ultimate manifestation of loyalty to the governing body. He didn't say loyalty to Jesus Christ.
Correct.
It was the ultimate manifestation of loyalty to the governing body, not Jesus Christ. See, so this is what Watchtower needs. Like, remember our dear friend Joe, whose title was called Yes Man? I was a Watchtower Yes Man. That's what Watchtower needs, because they run their business like a mafia runs it, but under the guise of a religion. But that explains why the sexual immorality and the alcoholism and everything behind the scenes in Bethel, because they are immoral, but they like Jesus says, they're wolves with sheep clothing. It explains it. So Marcus Vaughn is right. They're all of the homosexuality and everything, and it's not the homosexuality is a sin. It's the secret society, the fact that you're giving an illusion of something, and we know the pedophilia with the governing body members, Greenlees and others.
Yes.
So how does this happen? Well, they're mafia. They're a mafia organization disguised as a religion.
Studies have shown that those that are pedophiles do not stop. Even if they've gone through different programs, it's highly unlikely for them to remain that way. So it's expected for them to reoffend.
Yeah. And I believe they run like a Jeffrey Epstein. They use the child molestation as a way to say, hey, we got the good on you. We got you. We got you on video. We got you this. You will comply.
I think that happens a lot in the upper echelons in different areas. Yes.
Yeah. In all politics, religion, everywhere.
So I'll give you this, Gigi. As soon as that guy got out of prison, he made a beeline for me. Contacts me, says, right, let's carry on where we left off.
Yeah.
And I couldn't handle it. I'm going, I don't know how you got my number. I don't want you to ever. I disfellowshipped him, basically, because I said, I know you're back in and it's all like everything's all back to normal. I said, I personally have to put this boundary down, because I feel if I allow these kind of relationships to continue, I am going to be sucked into it. I can't do it. I cut him off. That's what I did, because I realized my own limitation. I said, no, I can't just let this go, because the same charming methods you were using when you were in the branch. I can see it. I can see you haven't changed this thing. I can see you haven't changed it. And everybody's going to be going, oh, you're all pals together and it's all great, or Matt, you're part of the club. In fact, they were even saying you're one of the boys. You know, you're one of the boys. And the guys I had trained, I said, please do not get sucked into this thing. I said, the day you've arrived on service desk, the same thing is happening to you right now. I can see this thing happening. I've warned you for years about this thing, and you're falling right bang into this thing, and you are not going to be able to get out. And they've got him under the arm. Hey, buddy, you're part of the club.
But see, Matthew, I don't see this as you disfellowshipping him. There's something called going no contact, as opposed to disfellowshipping. So disfellowshipping is something the organization uses.
Sure.
As a form of
I put a boundary.
punishment.
I just said I don't want him to contact me. Just please don't contact me anymore. I can't do it.
Because you saw this as toxic. So you were actually removing yourself from a situation that's toxic. That's very different than what the organization does. It's a form of punishment and public humiliation. It's punishment. They call it discipline, a form of discipleship, but it's not. What you did was very wise. It was wise for your own mentality and your own spiritual walk.
I've trained these guys, Linda, James. I've actually contributed to the situation in a way, because it's done in ignorance.
Contributed in what situation?
I remember being transferred from one country to another.
Mm-hmm.
And in the one place, the circuit overseer, he was somebody I'd grown up with, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the circuit overseer says, Matt, I know exactly what's happened to you in this situation. And there was a whole Illuminati thing. Fritz Springmeier would have a field day with this stuff, right? Enochian stuff, ritualistic things, deaths going on. If you want to think the worst conspiracy kind of thing, we had it, okay? Government involvement. I mean, all we needed was UFOs landing at the Kingdom Hall. Okay?
Right.
I mean, it's just out of hand, this thing. Political involvement, political ties, United Nations, the whole thing was converging on the same area. I had people coming to the house saying, Matt, we're targets, we're going to get killed, we're part of a sacrifice. It's just out of hand, okay? And I'm already in this stage where I'm honestly trying to process things, and I'm reporting as per normal. Anyway, they send in a new circuit overseer, somebody I had grown up with. And he comes in and he says, Matt, I want you to write down all of these things onto paper. Just get it all out, put it in writing to me. So I put it there. I give it to him. He opens up his briefcase. And he says, Matt, you have fallen into a rare situation, but I'm going to spell it out for you, all right? He says, but I have to take a phone call. There's my briefcase. There's all the files. I'm going to take a phone call. I don't know how long this phone call is going to take, okay?
I'm catching this hint, okay.
Okay, go for it, Linda James. What's the next thing? And I'll honestly...
I don't know, but I can tell it's a hint.
Okay. Yes, so he gets up and he opens the files, all right? He says, I'm going to step out of the Kingdom Hall, okay? My briefcase. You'll look after my briefcase. You'll look after my files, won't you, Matt? I'm stepping out. So he steps out. And I take a look at this thing. And in the file, I see government connection, all right, to there's various one of the things is an MK Ultra mind control a pattern, but it wasn't exactly the MK Ultra, but it was a pattern after that. All right, that was exposed in the area.
You're
was
saying
government
pattern, not patent, correct? You're saying pattern?
Yeah, mind control pattern. So a government agent had recognized certain connections in the congregation where I was serving. All right.
Okay. Yes.
And they had made a connection to the branch, and something had been exposed, and now there was again liabilities coming out. So all I'm trying to say is the circuit overseer laid out for me with the file showing what was actually happening behind the scenes. He wanted me to look at the file. So he stepped out for an hour, left me there just looking at all of this stuff, obviously, so that at least he had plausible deniability, because he's going, Matt, you're not getting the hint. You're not seeing how this thing works, and you're just going to torment yourself. I'm trying to do you a favor here so that you could connect all the dots. And I got to see it was like reading one of Fritz Springmeier's books. That's what it was like. That was the revelation. And then he comes back in and he says, Matt, this is what I'm going to do. You've fallen into this situation. You're right. I'm going to tell you you're right. Okay. But you're going to shut the hell up. Okay. I'm giving you good advice. You know me. You've grown up with me. I am giving you this advice. Please, for the love of God, shut the hell up. Okay? He says, I'm going to put in a separate letter. So whatever's happened here, whatever mess has occurred here, all right, don't worry about it. Just let it go. All right? You're going to get transferred out of here. And I'm setting in a different report. Here's the report. You want to take a look at it? That's what it is. That's going to go off to our pals at the branch, right?
Yeah.
And of course, I got transferred to South Africa. And when I got to South Africa, Circuit Overseer meets up with me and he says, hey, it's your uncle so-and-so. He says, now listen to me, Matt. He says, we know who you are. We've got a nice little position for you. You're going to carry on. Okay? So whatever's happened there, it's over now. Do you understand? And all you have to do is shut the hell up. Do you understand? Shut the hell up. And everything will be fine. But this is your last chance, because I swear to God, if you open your mouth about this, it is over for you. You will never function ever again. Do you understand? Yes, I do. Thank you. Great. So enjoy your future career in the organization. And that's how I arrived in South Africa. And now you ask why I'm apologizing. I'm apologizing, and I did this to the guys that I trained. I said, I did the best I could. I said, because if ever something came and I was face to face with it, I would deal with it, honestly. I said, but there was so much more. I didn't have the support. And I said, I apologize to you because you've come in here and I feel like I held back because I was under this instruction of shut the hell up. And I said, and as a result, you are now in service desk, or you are now on the circuit work, or you are now a fiduciary. And I said, if I had somehow confronted this earlier. So it's a guilt thing. I was getting into a guilt cycle. That's an impossible situation to deal with. And that was what it was. And I'm going, how do you deal with it? Because I know I was reaching out and saying, how do I deal with this? And I was always getting blown off. I was choosing what I felt were the best guys in the organization and saying, come on, you must have seen this. Yes, we've seen this. How do you deal with this? Oh, no, well, you leave it in Jehovah's hands and he's going to fix it in due time. It's always the blow-off situation. And all it is it's just perpetuating the cycle over and over and over again until now I've got some of the persons that I've trained, they're on the circuit, they're in service desk, and I'm saying, you're in a trap, aren't you? That's why you've come back to me. Yes, Matt, I'm in a trap. I said, you're totally stuck because you put your hand in the honey pot, and in order to slap the rest of the guys, you're going to be destroyed, isn't it? That's what's happened. Now you're stuck. Yes. How do I get out, Matt? To God and thine self be true, my dear friend. That's the only thing that's going to get you out.
Well, see, you're describing right there what happens. There's nothing new under the sun. You're describing what happens in the Democrat, Republican parties in politics. The Jehovah's Witnesses have politics too, and it's what Rick Springmeyer talks about. You know, the Illuminatis and the Masons, 33 degrees. So what happens is the reason you're in that situation is because you're on the outer level of the politics. You're on the outer level, the open, that everybody can see. You're a faithful Jehovah's Witness. You're a faithful Democrat, Republican. You're a faithful whatever. Fill in the blank. But then you come to find out that, oh my God, behind this closed door, this is not, behind the elders' closed door, this is not what it is like out in the open. And then when the circuit overseer, district overseer, you start finding out that there's different levels of politics. And so what was happening with you is you come to find out that you don't belong in that group, you know, and they know you don't belong. They know they can't convert you because the way you talk.
Yeah.
Because if you would have handled it differently, they said, oh, well, this guy can become one of us. But the way you talked, you couldn't become one of them. And so therein lies the problem. There's the friction. You can't be allowed to enter into the next room and to the next room because you don't sell your soul to the devil. Because here's
the thing. You know, I believe we had a good coordinator in the one territory. Because he said to me, he says, I'm going to give you this advice because you're going to get used deeper. Here's the advice. Matt, I want you to record everything. Mm-hmm. Now, he got removed. Mm-hmm. That was a good man. And when I got involved in this thing, that was when I saw the spiritual development happening, the real spiritual development. I'm talking about mind side, all of, innate abilities and all of this kind of thing that was coming out in the territory, in the region that we were looking after. But then, of course, a big organization sends in their people and starts removing and dismantling that whole thing. And I'm going to say I was grateful that I saw that and experienced it, because if I hadn't, I wasn't going to see the human potential.
Yeah.
And I thought that was the true organization. I thought that was the real thing. So I think that man paid with his position. I think because he was shipped out, he didn't have a very good end. And a lot in that circle, they didn't have good ends. It was actually really sad. It was terrible. And then they inserted their own guys. And I'm still living thinking, oh, this is the way it's supposed to be. And I think they paid. They said this was enough, that we will suffer this thing so that you realize that this isn't the way it's supposed to be. I actually think that those were really good people, Gigi.
Oh, yeah.
Everything after that wasn't like that.
Correct. And so all of the things that everyone's experiencing, I'm trying to tell you that the way you react on the outside, in the inside the Kingdom Hall, the way you react is going to determine whether you can make it to the next level of the Jehovah's Witness and the next level and the next level. But every time you reach the next level of Jehovah's Witness, you're politicking. It's all politics, but you're selling your soul to the devil every time you get to the next level. So you're finally at the 33 at a third degree Mason, yes. But you've already sold your soul 33 times because. Sure. And so, you're describing that friction that you were describing is you could not become one of them. You couldn't shut up. They were telling you to shut up. And you're like, no, Now, a person who was evil would say, "Yeah, I'll shut up, but it's going to come at a price."
Mm.
You know, and now they know that you understand their game. You're like, "Oh, okay, this guy's understanding our system. He's understanding our game." You know, he'll shut up, but at a price. Oh, we like this kind of guy. We could work with this guy.
You know what this reminds me of? It's like Matthew was going dun 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 dun, dun, and he opens his door and he's like, "Holy crap!
Yeah.
Did you guys all see this? There was a sacrifice. There was a sacrifice happening in there. Did you guys? They're really." And they're telling them to shut up. But wait a minute. There was. Did you all see what? And they've been trying to tell you to shut up for weeks upon weeks. Then they send you away because you're trying to get people to understand what you saw. All you did was open the door and go, "Holy crap," and shut it. You know,
That's exactly what happened. Are you using an illustration? No, that's the truth.
No, it is. Yeah.
Your illustration is real life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
But
Remember one girl coming into the Kingdom Hall, she takes all her clothes off in the parking lot and starts throwing, did I tell you this one? She starts putting dust over her head in the parking lot. And then, of course, I'm going to say our good guys came in and we took our jackets off and covered her because she's in the nick there. And a politician filled in the gaps for me. He said to me, "Matt, let me tell you, this is a symptom of SRA. What's exactly happened here?"
Whoa, okay.
He says she's been compartmentalized. She's under trauma. She's got all these different compartments, these altars that are going on.
Yes.
Anyway, we endeavored to give her a good life until she died, but it was a disaster. But that was my first face-to-face with SRA. Was that situation, and I didn't realize on what a scale.
It's so interesting. Do you remember the drama that they showed? I would say within the last 5 years, that there were people ripping their clothes and throwing the sand on them, and it was a form of mourning.
Yeah.
To me, that's what this sister was doing.
Correct. You've seen the pattern. So, Linda James, for all of your health problems, there's your pattern. You keep identifying the pattern again. Yeah, you got it. And they've inserted it into the videos and yeah.
Okay.
So this is a psychology as ancient as it comes, right? Like Gigi says, your 33rd degree or whatever. I look at it, and my own fleshly brothers tell me, "Matt, you are living in a bubble, Matt. Living in a bubble. You kind of somehow by, I don't know, a miracle or strange miracle, looked as if you were one of them, but you were never." You kind of slipped through the radar or whatever, or they thought that you were fooling the system and convinced themselves that's why you were put into the trust position. They thought that you were part of it. You weren't. You never were. And they found out, Gigi, through the Spanish side. So I'm finding out through the African side how bad it is. They found out through the Spanish side, and they said, "Matt, you don't understand the ties that are going on. You are talking about powerful people in all the way to presidencies and beyond that we're dealing with. We're dating so-and-so. She's keen on us. We can see all the secrets. We see it. She's there in her ignorance and showing us the whole lot." And they said, "We can't come back from this. But if we spell it out to you, you're in a mental dissonant thing. You're not going to get it. You kind of got to experience it for yourself. And we tell you as far as we can go, you're going to have to just experience it for yourself. Because if we tell you, you're just going to think we're enemy number one. Or you're going to think it's so unbelievable."
Listen, I'm gonna throw a little spin. And you remember when we were Jehovah's Witnesses, there was the Bible account where there's a guy who he was so impressed with the Holy Spirit that he wanted to buy a piece of it. Remember? He's like, "Yeah, give me some, I want to be a Christian and I want some of this Holy Spirit stuff and I'll give you money." So what I'm trying to say with that is that the practical lesson is that in every religion, there's going to be people who see that door open that Linda James said. And they go, "Did you see that?" He goes, "Yeah." How can I make money off of this? There's people like that. And Watchtower attracts a lot of those people, and they'll all of these organizations attract them. And some people, when they see, the what that door open that Linda talked about, they're not going to be upset. They're not going to get angry. They're going to view that as an opportunity to advance. Like, this is my ticket to get to the next level, because they just don't think like normal. They don't think like normal human beings. They really want to move up the chain, and that's why they say, like, a lot of politicians, you have to be a narcissist, a biblical order, regardless of what party you are, to run for president.
Absolutely.
You have to be a narcissist.
CEOs, all of those, yeah.
CEOs, There's
High on the
something-
scale.
And I'm not saying they're all like, but there's something about a lot of these positions where people covet it, and instead of being upset and morally angry, of what's happening, what they saw, they view it from the exact opposite. They want to capitalize on it, just like that Bible account. He wanted to capitalize on healing people's sickness for free. He's like, why are you guys giving it for free? I can make a lot of money off of this. And I think that's the bigger picture here. When confronted with
this is why I couldn't get baptized.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I needed it to make sense.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get it to make sense. So after 6 months, they dropped me. Both times I tried to study to get baptized. I found these blocks like you did, Matthew, that I could not go forward in my spiritual walk with the organization. And of course, it was my fault, and I'd be mocked and talked down to, like I'm a frickin' idiot, which I grew up in special ed and thought it only compounded it. But you know what? Just because I don't read well all the time doesn't mean I'm an idiot. I could tell the inconsistencies, and it did not jive.
Yeah. Matthew, where you can find solace, you can find a lot of solace. And Jesus talked about exactly what you went through. There was a separation. You were separated. There really are two good and evil human beings.
Yes.
And what happened to you was a mature moment. Like, you matured, and you have to either turn golden, like wheat, turn gold, or you have to be green, like the weeds.
That's so amazing, Matt. You've been talking about the weeds and the wheat.
Yeah, you
Haven't
went through that. You experienced it. You firsthand experience that you chose the good side, not because you went to church or this or that. No. You just said, I'm not going to be part of that. I'm not going to be part of that.
And that
I've
made
got
you.
my own embarrassments, Gigi.
Mhm.
There are things that I look back and I go, "Oh, good grief! This, how do I forgive
So
this
do I.
thing?" Because, yeah, I'm horrified at the things I've done.
Me too.
I've been upfront about it. I've spoken about it, and I've confronted it. I've not hidden it, but I've looked and I've gone, "Oh man, this is exactly the kind of thing I was trying to avoid," and I've fallen right into this thing, be it a girlfriend that I've turned down, and I'm going and hurt now, and it's to justify the kingdom or whatever, because it's overriding. And you're going, "Oh, but that's all. There's love involved," and you're going, "Oh, you're not that important. The kingdom is." It's that kind of situation, and I look at this and I go, "This is the power to override your natural senses. This is the incredible power that's there, and that eats me." I have a pal, psychologist. He was also trained in criminology. Okay. And he says, by the way, if they've ambiguously, you can see that they hold on to you and they kick you out. They kick you out and they hold on to you because it's so complex, the fiduciary.
It's like they're grabbing you by the collar, smack, smack, smack. They let you go a little bit, but they're not letting go of that necktie.
Yeah. He says, let me tell you
You
something.
back?
If you've been booted out, they have done you a favor.
Which is hard to realize at the time, but yes.
Amen.
But they're wising up that they can't actually boot you out, because if there's a way that they can find a fall guy or something like that, they all try and exploit that to the degree. Oh yeah, this is a bad apple, or this guy's insane, or whatever. That suits us. So yeah, he's still one of us. He's still a Watchtower representative. Oh yeah, he thought he wasn't an elder. No, he's still an elder.
They have to have you as one of them, because if you're not one of them, you're one of those.
Yeah, so you're not one of them, but
with us or against us.
Yeah, but they hold on to you to see how much mileage they can get out for it. That's how evil. I'm going to say that's how evil this is.
It's very
that's
deceptive.
That's the only way I can say that this thing, and the only way I see to deal with it, and I haven't been given a better solution, is just to tie it back into police the whole time. Every time they come up with their funny little scam or whatever, this is going to the police. I don't care. No, I'm not keeping quiet about it. Oh, police, you guys are really busy. Well, we're all really busy. You can just sit with it. If you want to process it, process it. If you don't want to touch it, don't touch it. But I'm sending it your way because I don't know what else to do.
That's awesome, because you're refusing to hold it when they hand it to you. You're refusing to hold on to it. You're passing it on to a place it's supposed to be at.
Yeah.
Gigi, I thank you very, very much. I know you must have said the same story over and over and over again, but I am very grateful that you've taken the time to come from the background and present yourself and to do that. I really, really appreciate it very, very much. It helps. I carry injuries. I've got some health injuries. Sometimes it whacks me down, and I have to go, what is actually a physical injury and what's a trauma? Because sometimes I can talk and sometimes I can't. I was almost in the mind to tell Linda James I can't come on today because I got jammed up again. I couldn't get words out. And I'm going, who experiences that? And I go, well, maybe each one has got their own different thing, and maybe that's an unfair question. And maybe some of these traumas or whatever, or some of these physical damages, we're never going to be able to fix. I don't know. Yeah. But I'm convinced that this network, it's in the right direction. I'm also convinced that it's making some headway. I want to believe that. I want to believe it's making headway.
You know, the favor that they did for you when they kick you out is because it really is freedom. Because the story of the United States is that of serfdom. Do we own ourselves, or are we serfs to the king? And then we come to find out now in 2025 that it's no different than it was in 1776. It's just the names of the kings have changed. There's just more kings. It's not just one King George, there's a whole bunch of kings. And so the Watchtower views you as their property.
Yes.
And we're serfs. So this is the story of America. This is the story of the human experience, that there's humans that actually believe that they have a right to own you, that you're a pawn on a chessboard, and they find joy in playing this game. Where that's the difference between us. We know when we leave each other, and we're like, okay, go with God, go in peace. We don't own anybody. We nobody belongs to us, and that's the favor they did, is that when we escape, and we're no longer serfs. We're individuals, and they're the ones that are serfs. Even though they think they have their little ivory towers or whatever,
yes.
Yeah, they created hell on earth for themselves. It's
all the buzzwords, Gigi. You're absolutely right. That's exactly how they speak on Writing Desk.
Yeah,
that's exactly it.
So, yeah, that's why Mike and Kim here, they'll say welcome to your freedom, and everybody talks about freedom, because that's what it is. It's you don't belong to anybody anymore. You belong to yourself. And if you're
irrespective of how they try to pull you in again,
correct.
Because technically speaking, that just doesn't exist. So even if they're using the legal system, or they've bought whatever in the legal system, it's a facade.
Yeah. And everywhere we go, people are always trying to buy us, like slaves. look, we all have a social security number, driver's license number, passport number. We all have like these tattoos that we belong to somebody. Like, our name isn't good enough. It's everyone wants possession of us. Everybody wants us to report our taxes, our this, or that. It's just we don't like, they don't want us to, we have to report our time, report our taxes. It's just, we don't belong to ourselves. And that's the fight of the human experience. And they're aware of it. And instead of giving people freedom, they actually want to own you. And so that's where we find joy. Like you said earlier about, they did you a favor. They did you a favor, they.
Can I ask you, James? I want to ask Gigi a question here, I feel like I have been hit by a baseball bat across my face every day of my life. No, I feel it. I feel that manifestation. I'm not on the medication I take now is low dose naltrexone. That's what I take, because otherwise I'd go nuts with the agony. Mm-hmm. Because any other kind of medication is just, it messes up my thinking process even more. So that's the compromise that I make. But yesterday I got paralyzed, and I sort of came right about 10 p.m. or before Rick's show, and I thought, oh, I'm finally back. And I nearly wrote to Linda James and said, I'm not going to make an appearance today, because I wasn't sure. I was vomiting and all of this kind of, because of the trauma and the impact. But I'm going, to what degree does that ever get fixed? Because, I mean, you can go to a psychologist, you can rationalize all these things and work these things out and be truthful and transparent and work with law enforcement and things like this. But to what extent have you seen that kind of damage just lives with people for life?
Well, you're describing a shell shock. Other people call it post-traumatic stress disorder. There's a lot of different things, and it all has different levels. A lot of people went to World War II, but not everybody saw action, and not everybody saw the worst of the worst. So you just happen to see a lot more than your average ex-Jehovah's Witness. So you have more shell shock, more post-traumatic stress disorder, whatever you want to call it. And that's where the worse it is, the more professional help you need. And you shouldn't feel ashamed to get that help, but whether you're a soldier in a war, or, there was a guy, I think he was doing a video with Tucker Carlson. He was an American, totally decorated, faithful military guy. And then they asked him to go work with Israel over there in Gaza. And he's being interviewed with Tucker Carlson. And this guy is getting shell shocked, because he's like, I'm being asked to do things that are totally illegal, everything that I've been trained. And he's messed up in the head. And this is just with a couple of, not even a year worth of service. But what he saw in Gaza was enough to mess him up, even though he had served in the military for like 19 years. He thought, okay, I've been doing this for a long time. I'll do this tour of duty. And he just couldn't shut up about, sure. And talking about it was therapy. But this guy has suffered a lot, and that's what you're going through. So you shouldn't be embarrassed or ashamed to seek the professional help, because you know what? It's all the same. It's just the names have changed. It's all the same. It's just different names,
This is what convinces me that the most important work is being done here in these facilities, like what Linda James does, or what you do, or like Rick and Fran and Joe and all the various ones that are connected to the network. I'm convinced that if we're going to get on top of this as a society, this is the only way we can deal with it. We've got to actually stop this, because we've recognized this is criminal. We're going to cut the planet in half if we don't sort this out.
Yeah. And
because what kind of future for the kids? What future?
And the shows like this and others, what happens is before internet, a lot of people thought they were alone. Like this was like, oh, this is just me, and they felt crazy. But then you come to find out that you're not crazy because there's a couple thousand people. There's a couple 2,000, 10,000, 100,000 people that feel just like you. You're like, oh my God, I'm not alone. You know?
And the rules within the organization is that previous Jehovah's Witnesses are not even allowed to talk to each other. Look at us now.
Yeah, well, hallelujah.
Yeah, you're just a victim of war. It's just a different type of war. In this case, it's a spiritual war, but it's imagine how a Catholic priest feels, when he sees confronts things. Yeah, there's in every religion, in every political group, every military, there's post-traumatic stress disorder.
Well, Gigi, you found a way to talk. You found a way to say, oh, this is where I can work something safely, and this is where I can't. And you're very fluid.
Sound muffly. Something's in front of your mic, I think.
Sorry about that. Is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Sorry, getting too relaxed now.
Oh, I know what it was. You went like this, and it was okay.
Catharsis is sweeping over me. Gigi, thank you very, very much. I know that you have to be very careful in what you talk about and what you don't talk about, but you're very fluid, and I appreciate the sacrifice, and I appreciate the transparency, and you giving time and energy to do the same for Linda James and everybody that's connected to the chat and all of that. So thank you very, very much. I really, really appreciate it. It certainly helps, definitely.
And the things that you've realized, you're welcome. The things that you've realized that you realized you took a part in, and that was not what you. When you know better, you do better. That's Maya Angelou, and that's where you are today. So, but before we just didn't know better, and we didn't do better. We did what a loyal Jehovah's Witness would do. But today, there's nothing wrong with going to therapy. You don't, and when you realize these things you've done, my suggestion is you share it with a friend that you know will be, that will value your privacy, or take it to a therapist or something. You don't have to share it here. You know what I'm saying? It can be, therapy is like every single previous Jehovah's Witness that I have seen say that they went to therapy has said it's helped them tremendously. Except when we went to a Jehovah's Witness therapist.
Wow, you've made a great point. I've got a transcript where, I was struggling to talk and I was losing my eyesight, right? So I couldn't see. I would, like when you get sunstroke and things cloud over.
Yes.
And you lose your peripheral vision, and then you lose your sense. It was that stuff happening. It was the sheer stress of what was going on. Okay, so I, funnily enough, I wouldn't get into a panic, but I went to there were different doctors in the organization. There were some who knew exactly what was going on, and there were some who were the incentivized bunch, right? And I went to the incentivized bunch, or it was arranged. And in my doctor's consultancy, there is a key Bethel figure sitting there, and they start the consultancy with a word of prayer. And I'm going, since when do you guys pray? Yeah. But you're praying now during my consultancy. And they said, oh, by the way, we want to assign you our practitioners. We want to assign you our psychologists. And as soon as that happened, I'm going, oh, I can't get my own. I can't get my own guys. It's got to be internal. That's what you will approve. And if I don't comply with that, that's kind of like the hazing ritual going on again. In other words, I've got to comply with who you've approved, so that's in the family, like Gigi says, and as soon as I go out, that's a betrayal of trust. That's the way you're going to see it. But I got it all on record. I said, no, I'm putting this on record. This is going on record because this is an incredible situation that people need to see the degree of manipulation that goes even for when it gets to this degree of health, that everything is controlled to this kind of degree. This is incredible. You can see why I became public enemy number one, eh?
I've been stressed in the past, and I've gone through seasons of losing my voice from stress.
You can't get the words out.
It's like if I speak, I'm not having a voice as I'm speaking. You cannot hear me. I would literally lose my voice. As if I had some kind of a bad cold and can't speak because I have a cold. But I wouldn't feel sick. I could not vocalize words from stress.
And then you get people talking over you and it creates pain.
I don't recall that, but anytime people do talk over us, it does create pain. I usually experience it as somebody shutting me down. I try to explain something, but then they talk over me to shut me up or to shut me down. That's kind of how I've experienced that term, speaking over you.
I don't know what your theme is today, Linda James. If it's healing, then that's great. Yeah.
You know, another something that I hear all the time, whether it's business development leaders and even political figures, they talk about the people that hate you. You have to find joy in knowing that
happy thoughts
that people hate you. So, like, I've noticed, like in the political realm, they say, "I like this guy for politics," and they go, "Why?" Because he's hated by this person, and this person. So if he's hated by all of these people, then I like him. And so that kind of like you know, if all of these people are hating on you, Matthew, you got to say, "Dang, I'm so privileged to be hated by all of these people." You take it like a badge of honor, like that. You know you're doing the right thing. And that if you die like today, you're like, I'm gonna die in peace because
sure.
You're like you meet Saint Peter. He say, "Hey, Saint Peter, here are all the people that hate me." This has to account for something, you know.
Linda James and Gigi, do you think that the books can be written up from these video podcasts and things that are being? Do you count this as a podcast? Would you say this is a podcast?
We can call it a podcast. We could call it a cyber meetup. We could call it hanging out. Anything we want.
But I think there is enough there to scrape off to make useful literature for the next generation of psychologists. I mean, I look at parapsychology, for instance, or looking at spiritual abuse, right?
Yes.
Like Hassan.
Mm-hmm.
I look at Hassan's work and I think, well, he's only been doing it fairly recently, almost 2 decades, around about 2000 era. That's when he sort of emerged with it. So
40,
it's still
49 years.
Yeah, but when did he gain traction without getting poo-pooed and shut down? It's only just breaking through, right?
Now more than ever, because he wrote a few books. One of them was called The Cult of Trump, and that has him
in the jam.
Yeah, because that's our president right now.
And you got to think too, Matthew. The difference between Watchtower and you is this: you have to go to work tomorrow. You have to go to work Monday. These people, this is what they eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then some. This is how sick their mind is, that they actually do this 40, 50, 60 hours a week. Linda James just does this 3 hours on a Saturday, you know, and so this is why they're so good at what they do, because they have hundreds of people dedicated to this. Kind of just like an Amazon or a Microsoft. People go to work and they game plan how are we gonna execute this strategy. the Jehovah's Witnesses execute this strategy with hundreds of hours
Mhm.
of work, and so I'm not saying that they're more. They do have an advantage over us, but it doesn't mean that we're there. That it doesn't mean that we can't fight back or we can't win. But it should make you feel better that, hey, it's okay. You got beat up bad by the big boys. At least you didn't get beat up by, your local neighborhood chapel. I mean, this is big New York, New York corporation that came after you.
And let me just say, it's like maybe called deconstruction or unwinding what we've been indoctrinated to think. And we've been indoctrinated with these thoughts for how many years?
Yeah.
It's going to take us quite a few years to unindoctrinate ourselves or replace how we once thought with a more liberating form of thinking or a more comfortable form of thinking that represents freedom rather than bondage. Okay. It takes time.
Rick Farron says something real funny a couple of months ago. He says, he goes, I took my conscience outside and I shot it. Because it was his Bible trained conscience from Watchtower.
That's right.
Took it outside and shot it. Yeah.
That Bible trained conscience right there. That there is loaded language right there. Bible trained conscience means AKA what we told you that Bible scripture means.
Yeah. So sometimes that's what you have to do is you have to take your feelings outside and shoot it. And just shoot it. Say, hey, that's the old Matthew. This is the new Matthew.
We've been plowing ahead for about 3 hours 30 minutes here, Linda James. So I don't know how.
And we're talking about that guilt-ridden kind of thing to where it makes it to where it's hard for you to move forward in life because you're so heavy laden with guilt and sorrow and oh my God, what was I thinking? And it was all and blaming yourself when in actuality it was deception, and anybody can be deceived.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you were stupid at all. It doesn't mean you were a fool. Anybody can be deceived. Do you remember the article that was written up about the brother who was literally a rocket scientist? That was like, I don't know, 30 years ago.
Okay, well, they normally insert somebody like that to sort of say, well, you see, we're credible because we affect all tiers. It's not just, excuse me, the window washer, and I have done my share of window washing.
And that's
it's not the window.
Work. Yeah.
Yeah, but they bring in the doctor and the PhD and the nuclear physicist to sort of, but it's for credibility to try and.
Right.
Yeah.
Were you ever in Australia, Matthew? Or
no, I got family there.
Because there was a Watch article about the guy who was the highest member of the Air Force in Australia, and his wife was a Jehovah's Witness, and then he gave up his job in the military in the Air Force to become a Jehovah's Witness. Yeah. So
okay.
Just like
my instructor was military. Look, before I got involved in special order, I went into the computer side and was doing work for Queen of England, British military, Catholic Church. I got to see the whole thing because that was the start of the internet backbone. It was facilitating the microwave links and all the cabling and all of that kind of thing. And the links in the security for banks, Stanbic Bank, Barclays Bank, all of these things. And also the governmental facilities. You've got to take an oath of secrecy because of the information that comes through. And you've got to work with in fact, you've got to have a closed door office with Central Intelligence Agencies that you don't interfere with in order to keep your license and keep running. But that was an incredible Look, that was that's I'm left behind, but that was round about 90s, mid 90s towards 2000, and I looked at all that. Oh, yeah. Here's the thing: when I came out of that, I had to do a big confession in the organization. Oh, these are my dead works, and this is what I was involved in. And they were saying, yeah, this is your idolatry, and this, but we forgive you. Yeah, it would get you disfellowshipped. Yeah, we forgive you, or Jehovah forgives you because you've called the older man and you're using James 5. Yeah, and everything that I had put on the table was what I was seeing and worse within the top tier of where. I'm going, I don't even come close to this, guys. When you say you sell your soul to the devil, right? God, this is it. Yeah, this is it happened. I think when that solidified was during COVID, when information was being destroyed, and I'd lost one of my doctors. They died in a terrible car accident, and the brother is saying, "Oh, I suspect foul play, but I can't say anything now because the official report is it's an accident, and I've got to shut up now." And the news reports are coming out, and oh man, the whole complex mess that's all intertwined with every other system beyond Jehovah's Witnesses. It's not just Jehovah's Witnesses. You see it's in the education system, it's in the medical field, it's in the government, it's in everywhere. And I sometimes just go, how does anybody ever function on this planet? Because I have built the house in the bush. I have done it in the remote location, and guess what? They find you there too. And if you've created self-sufficiency and you've got your own crops and all of this kind of stuff, it's temporary. You can't live in a shed out in the woods. The system just isn't allowing it. So I don't know.
You are actually right where you're supposed to be, as far as figuring this out. In your spiritual journey, you're exactly where you're supposed to be.
So we're coming to our intuition and our latent powers now, which sounds to many like the funny zone.
Okay.
We've had this discussion, isn't it? In a way, is saying, well, what's been suppressed in us? Because if we can open that all up, and I can go back to what attracted me to what I thought was the organization back in the day. Well, that's everything that's been shut down, isn't it? So we've got to work on that. We've got to work on our intuition. We've got to work on all those kind of abilities and let those grow. Follow your highest joy, like Gigi's alluding to or talking about here. Letting our love grow, letting the truth grow, and all of this kind of stuff. And then what is it? Is the universe just going to peel back the layers, or the grand illusion, or Maya, or the simulation? What's going to happen here? My hope is towards that. My hope is towards, we're in the right kind of direction here, and that we're not creating another kind of illusion that we're never going to get on top of. I don't know.
You're working through it. You won't have to get on top of it. You're working.
So when you say in the right direction, that it's organic, eh?
In the right place, like in your spiritual journey, you're right where you belong. In other words, even though this is uncomfortable today, trying to place the bricks where they should be to give you peace in your head, it doesn't feel that way so much today. But as the days go by, it will be less and less and less. It does get better.
So Linda James, this kind of free thought conversation, Gigi, yourself, the chat that's coming through here, Happy Thoughts, Dallas, the Thrifty Treasure, all these ones. The more that this happens, the more that these kind of communications happen, the more persons tap into it and go, oh, we relate to this.
Absolutely.
And that's the dismantling process that's got it. That's
When
the
you-
spiritual growth, because it's the community, right?
Yes. See, if we try to explain this stuff to somebody out in society at large, the things we let them know is unfathomable.
Yeah.
To them. Absolutely. What are you even talking about? Like, what planet was that happening on? I mean, they just cannot relate. This is being able to talk amongst each other is so helpful because we spent time in a certain culture that we can relate to. So it's very helpful to be able to go back out for whatever we do during the week and then come back again and be able to, read some things or hear somebody or be able to have a few people to call and say, I'm going through this. Oh my God, I'm being triggered. And they can relate and they'll listen,
Yeah. Oh, thanks
because
again.
they get it. Because they get it. I called Gigi one day. I'm like, I'm going nuts. I heard this by somebody, and it was out of order. Like it was just too much. And I'm like, is it just me or am I being a snowflake here? He's like, no, sometimes we go too far, and I suggest you pull away. Pull away from the situation. And that's exactly what I needed to do at the time. But when I was in it, I couldn't see that. I was just like, I couldn't, and I knew I was in this zone of just spiraling. So I called somebody who I knew cared about me, and he helped kind of talk me down,
Yeah, I bet that was a good pull.
It was. And as I'm listening to him, I'm like, oh my God, okay, I'm being triggered, aren't I? Because it didn't dawn on me yet. This is triggering me. But at the time, I didn't realize it.
So I saw that you had started, or the past couple of weeks, Linda James, you were going on to Hassan's bite model, but it was more than just identifying. There was also the healing aspect as well that you were focusing in on.
Yeah, sometimes I'll have a subject that I'm going to go with, but I always let conversation flow. To me, that always takes priority. So
we've established that the awareness is there. The patterning has been recognized. The tricks. Are we still uncovering more and more tricks that are coming out, or do you think we're getting on top of the tricks that are being used? I mean, is that the focus, or is the focus on healing? And
when we find out what techniques and tactics were used on us, then we become wiser to the game that was played on us. And that, to me, helped me heal. It's like, oh, okay, that was being done to me. Now it makes sense. Because there was a time when I'm like, what the hell happened to me? I needed the dots to be connected.
Mm.
And learning the bite model helps me do that, And I had people in my life that I could just, when I first, I had somebody that I could call and say again, back then, Moses didn't see the Holy Land. Why not? Stuff like that. It was in my head at the time.
So I still have persons at the branch contacting me, and of course it's done coincidentally. So it could happen exactly after a broadcast like this, and I'll get a message, or there'll be a change of password at the branch or something like that. There'll be some sort of indicator that there's observance going on. And it's not just the hired firm that's the defense agency. It's actual persons in the organization that are in the heart of if you want to say the heart of the beast, or among the weeds there. I'm talking people that are in the know, not the persons that are not in the know. I'm talking about the ones that are right in the heart of what's going on. So I think that's quite interesting, because the same kind of theme that comes out of that is the idea that they're actually trapped. That keeps coming out. Every time there's a contact, okay, I've got some stubborn bunch here that are not wanting to interact, because as soon as they do, they forced into just being silent, because anything they do is just going to trigger litigation. But other ones that reach out, unless they absolutely break away and are silent because they know if they interact they're guilty. But the theme that keeps coming out is this idea of a circular trap. I keep hearing that. Guys saying to me, Matt, yeah, you're right on this, and do you know that people just don't know what to do?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to Bethel, they're sitting on their chair and they're spinning around in the chair during the day, or they flat out passed out on the desk, drooling, and that's coming out more. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. It boggles my mind how somehow it manages to resiliently stick together. It's very strange.
It is.
And then that gets us into the parapsychological weird zone.
Did you ever go through any of this, Gigi? This, like, you just kept thinking about it and kind of stuck, or
like, why am I still here?
No, I was saying,
yeah, like in the JW movement or something.
Like do you relate to any of what Matthew's talking about? How you can kind of just get caught up in your way of thinking, and it seems like no solution. Circular thinking and kind of stuck, or feeling like you're in bondage. Or did you ever experience that?
Not really. I guess just the way we see things. When I tell the story all the time that when I learned the truth about the truth, I remember it. I was by myself late at night. It was during the Passover. I had the bread and wine by myself, and I said I was trained for this moment in time, that everything that the Bible taught was coming true. They chased Moses away. They were going to kill him, so he had to run away. They chopped off John the Baptist's head. They killed Jesus. The Apostle Paul was persona non grata. Anytime you speak out against the order, right? Anytime you tell the truth, they're going to come after you. And so the Bible is just filled with examples of every time you try to do the right thing, shit's going to hit the fan. And so instead of me feeling sorry or sad, I was like, all right, let's go. Let's get the party started. Let's get this thing going. And so I looked at it from that angle, that we have to go through this as human beings. I don't understand. Yes. I don't understand how the universe works. I don't. But for some reason, we all go through this. It's called, in Mexico, it's called PAN and PRI. Here it's called Democrat, Republican, Catholic, Protestant. If you're in Ireland, the Protestants are killing the Catholics. It's just the same thing over and over again. Everyone and we all seem to be going through this. We all go through the same thing. It's just the names change. And it's my grandfather would always say to us as we were kids. We thought he was crazy, but he's a genius. He says half the world is trying to screw you, take advantage of you, and the other half is running away from the first half.
Right.
So, like, what side am I on? I got to be on the side that's running away from everyone and just being my own person, being independent. And that's why, like, in the voting ballot, when I put down when you vote for me, I says, you have to learn to shine your light. I think that's where Jesus hit it. He goes, shine your light. And
my own unique light.
Your own unique. And as a Jehovah's Witness, I wasn't shining my light. I was shining their light.
Oh, yes.
Light of darkness.
That is so well put.
Yeah. So you just have to, whether you believe in Jesus or not, it doesn't matter. The point is that he's right. You have to do what you have to do. It's you have to, get up in the morning and says, okay, I'm going to do this because I want to do it. I don't care what anybody says.
Mm.
And I'm just going to do it because I know it's right. And I think that's what God wants from us. He wants us to be independent. Just like a dad wants his children to be independent, he doesn't want us to be slaves.
Yeah.
So I think that's the answer. We have to shine our light. We have to be light bearers, and it comes at a price. Martin Luther King paid for it. Charlie Kirk paid for it. Everybody pays for it. Malcolm X paid for it. Everybody pays for it.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay.
So you gotta shine your light.
I keep thinking lighthouse.
Yeah.
Like be your own unique lighthouse. You know.
So it's a constant work in progress. See, isn't
exactly.
it? But there's no graduation from this thing.
And it doesn't matter. Like if you want to fight in the XJW world, that's fine. You may want to say, you know what, I'm going to go fight in Save the Whales or the Dolphins. It doesn't matter as long as you're fighting for the truth and what is right. I don't think, and this is where I differ with my Christian brothers and sisters. I don't think Jesus wants us to fight for like our church or this or that. He wants you to pick a fight and just fight it. Pick, like whatever you feel that you could be successful in, or useful, and not everybody's going to be a good fighter in the ex-Jehovah's Witness movement. They're just not.
Yeah.
So pick a different battlefield. Just like in World War II, they were fighting in Germany, they were fighting in Africa, they were fighting in Japan.
Yeah.
Every war has different fronts. So if you can't handle the battle of the XJW, well, then go fight somewhere else. But the key is always be fighting for the truth and always be fighting for freedom, 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 freedom. Because I think, there's a lot of beautiful songs about freedom. Freedom is a beautiful fight. Gandhi's linked to freedom, Martin Luther King, George Washington. All of the great people in history are always linked to fighting freedom. And it doesn't matter where you end up in, as long as you're fighting for freedom, the freedom of the mind, the freedom of the body, the soul. It doesn't matter all the other stuff. Just find joy in fighting for truth and freedom. And that's the answer.
Yeah, I think that's very well said. I look at the time that flies by in these kind of conversations, and in the back of the mind, you're always going, "Oh, gee, you don't want to dominate this thing and want it to go so that it benefits the audience, and you don't totally lose people that have logged on trying to get some comfort or trying to get in here." But I think this idea of following your highest joy there, as you're describing, is important. And I look at the community here and I just see an authenticity. I see, I don't have to be explaining definitions so much or having to exhaust myself and getting stopped midway in mid-conversation because people are saying, "No, man, I'm confused. What the hell are you talking about?" I'm not saying that there isn't confusion that goes on here. I see that there are differences in the way that we talk, and I can see that sometimes, Gigi, you're going, "Hang on, where is he going with this? I don't know. Try and contribute here." And I see Linda James sort of a few question marks, but somehow it still gels. And as soon as that's going, it's not exhausting anymore. It's a real liberating.
Yes.
It's a real liberation, and that makes this community precious in my view.
And organic,
Yeah, because it's like, well, I'll tell you, like when I was talking to Nadine, right, a girlfriend, and she was asking me, like, she's like, "Yeah, but why do you like me and stuff?" And girls always want to be told. And I said, "Listen, it's real simple. I can pick a younger girl, but she's gonna have tattoos, smokes weed, and all these other things, and I got to bring them up to speed. There's something, there's something beautiful because a guy wants to just relax in his mind, and there's something beautiful about when a woman or a man is with someone that they don't have to bring up to speed, right? And so so like when you find a girl or a guy that can immediately hit the ground running with you in all aspects of conversation and everything, that means a lot. And that's what you're describing the XJW community. That you don't have to say, well, let me stop everything and bring Matthew up to speed. No, Matthew can get, he knows, yeah, he can hit the freeway at 55, 65.
Yep.
Yeah, so it is. We take that for granted, I think, in the XJW world, that everybody's up to speed.
Right. So Matthew, so Gilbert's saying his girlfriend is also a previous Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
Well, we've got to that love section of the show now, So we did the joy, now we're onto the love.
Yeah.
But it's helpful to have somebody that understands this stuff you've dealt with, like they get it.
Yeah, because imagine, Matthew, you have a girlfriend and she's like, what the heck are you doing talking to a bunch of XJWs on YouTube? She's like, yeah. But a woman who went through the same thing you did, she's like, yeah, I want you to do that. I see, she could see the value in it.
Absolutely.
That's the beautiful thing about the XJW videos on YouTube, is that people can watch 5 minutes and instantly see the value. And you're right, because you see the comment sections and people be like, this is so stupid. What the hell is this guy talking about? And then there's like 50 other comments like, this is the best video I've seen in a long time.
Sure.
Because that guy isn't up to speed. And that's the beautiful thing about this channel and Rick Barron and everybody else. Everybody knows, hey, yeah, we all went through the same thing. It's just the congregation was different. I spoke French, you spoke Italian, but it was still the same abuse. It was still the same baseball bat.
Yeah. Well, sorry, Linda James. It looks like most of the audience went to sleep or said bye-bye. I see Bourne's hung in there.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep too. Yeah.
I'm about to wrap it up.
Yeah. Well, Matthew, thanks for everything. And let me crash. I really appreciate it.
Well, Gigi, you stole the show, but thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. You said it a lot better. Your eloquence is right up there, so thank you very much.
Oh yeah. You'll learn. Just vote for me, and you'll be fine. Your learning curve will go right up. No, just
you're aiming for GB, not for president, is it?
No, yeah, just GB.
You say we want you for president.
Yeah. No, I would love.
If elected, I solemnly promise.
Yeah, if I was a governing body member, I would make the yearly text. Make it your aim to work with your hands and to mind your own business.
Ooh, wow.
That's if every Jehovah's Witness would just mind their own business.
Scripture of the year.
I want the T-shirt.
That'd be a great T-shirt.
What would the? Oh, okay.
I think it's Philippians.
T-shirt and the mug.
Yeah. That you know what? That's a good idea for a T-shirt. Make it your aim to work with your hands and mind your own business. Yeah.
That sounds like some good merch, Gilbert.
Oh well, the Bourne's just written in. Yeah. So there we go.
Yeah.
We've got one at least.
Yeah. I real quick story on that one, because my brother will use it sometimes as an elder, because I would always quote it to him, and one of the other elders stopped him after the meeting. He's like, what was that Bible text? Like Philippians 2 something rare. But because I never heard it. Because of course you never heard it. Watchtower never
uses it. That's one of those, like they don't mention
scriptures that must not be mentioned. Here's the book
where all the angels worship Jesus when he was born. Oh no. What? That would be bad. Including Michael the Archangel is worshiping Jesus.
Yeah,
that
there we go.
Bad.
Sure.
There's all of the angels, yes.
So maybe next time Matthew sees me, I'll have that shirt on. Yeah, make it
maybe
mind your own business. Yeah,
that would be pretty darn cool.
That's a great T-shirt. Yeah. All right, guys. We'll see you later.
Well, good night.
Good night, Gigi. I love you. Tell your brother, send your brother some love from me too.
Well, Linda James has been quite a show.
It has, and I think it went well.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Me too. Trust me. If I thought you were getting
out of hand,
right? Yeah, I could draw you back in.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw earlier on that show we were watching with that couple, where the gentleman
Sorry.
was once a Mormon. He studied with Mormons and he studied with Jehovah's Witnesses, and they had the dog and that pretty gal and stuff. There was somebody that came in the chat and was like 11. He's like, dude, you need to get out of here. And he wasn't leaving, but I started talking to him and I'm like, listen,
Yes.
he's going to get a bad consequence from YouTube. Could you please leave? It's nothing personal. You know, like I don't mind saying stuff like that. I would.
Now, Born JW said something there. I think about going to the KH Kingdom Hall with a skirt that says, I'm disfellowshipped.
I remember I used to want to have a shirt that said apostate, and
okay.
Praise the Lord. Apostate.
Now, where does apostle babe come from? Because I was almost getting into a trap of apostle babe.
Oh no. So when I first got on Facebook, somebody came up with the title Apostate Babe. I looked at it and I thought, yes, I'm an apostate. And then a babe. That makes me think I'm still a hottie. I'm going to claim that one. I like that one. Apostate Babe. I think I'm still a hottie and I'm an apostate.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's good. Well, so, I'm just a gray area.
Okay. You like the gray. There's many shades of gray. Many shades of gray. And that's a place of between black and white, us and them. There's many shades of gray. Yep. Definitely. I love that. I'm going to wear a shirt just because they want that to go away. And Born JW, are you male or female or they or them or I'm not sure. JW. I start to refer to people as she or he, and I don't want to misgender you. Yes.
But anyway, yeah. So Born JW is keeping it alive with the shirt. Oh, not the skirt. You see, this is my answer. Shirt, yeah. Man 100.
And if you have any more of your paintings, please display your paintings if you decide to do another video, because your paintings are amazing.
I've been stuck on the videos, but I thank you for mentioning that, and I'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the video you did with them, and I just was like, I was mesmerized by those paintings. Like, I just really was amazed. Just amazed.
So I've been stuck. I've had pain and all sorts of things, and to try and make a video that's going to contribute something has been a challenge. And I realized, well, that's my burden. I've got to try and make something that's going to be useful. I've just been so stuck.
It's okay to be concentrating on yourself right now. And I actually encourage people, like if they start to go to a new church, I encourage them to not get into service right away, but to rather let themselves be fed and let themselves ask the pastor for a list of their doctrines, ask them for their mission statement, to absorb this and decide whether they want to stick around or not. Because if you get into service and getting too busy, you might miss a time of being edified. And this might be a time for you to be edified.
Sure. But I'm also going to ask this question. I value you talking about, having time out and healing time and all this. But I'm going to ask you, Linda James, what's your interest? I know that you enjoy music and all of this, and Born JW saying, be nice to yourself. All your videos I've watched, I have learned from. So because of you, I would like to Born and Linda James and many others, I in fact, one of the reasons why the videos are as they are is because persons have written in and gone, oh, I couldn't hear you, so I realized, oh, I've got to raise the bar, or animate something. So it's to try and provide something that's going to be beneficial, that isn't going to put everybody to sleep.
But I also hear you kind of working through what's going on in your mind at the time, and speaking it out helps you unwind it, or how sometimes twine will get all like, and you're kind of trying to just move it aside and lay it out. That's how I'm seeing those videos.
Well, the video that I had in my mind was the Enneagram, because
did you freeze up? Maybe so. Usually he'll come back, and maybe his page is spinning. But thank you, JW. Thank you, Born In.
are we back?
You are back, yes.
So sorry about that, folks. Sorry. So yeah, JW Borg is full of material to work with. Yes, they are. So my inclination was the Enneagram. I was going to talk about it. So the Enneagram is something like this. I've held this up a few times, and all it is, it's about making, you've got these points that you can move on and affect things in certain ways. And I realize that it's used mainly for personality and things like this, but it's like trying to efficiently and effectively direct your energy to have the best kind of effect for the whole planet. How let's say a successful musician is able to produce a piece of music that resonates with the rest of the world in the most effective way. Michael Jackson was one of those kind of people, and he was friends with Uri Geller. And Uri Geller is, yes, he's the showman and all of this, but also a person that's able to reach the planet. And there's principles there in their psychology that's able to reach the whole planet. So I was kind of going to go into that, but only if there's an interest. Otherwise, I think there's people that speak very, very eloquently. I listen to Gigi and I go, sure, he's so easy to listen to. It's a pleasure listening,
I have to laugh when I listen to Gigi and his brother talk. Most of it I laugh at, but I like that. I like listening to them interact.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at Born JW there, an endless supply of BS. So I suppose it's again working with your highest joy. What's your greatest interest in the most authentic way that isn't contrived? What is actually on your mind that's great? And just let persons make the choice to tune in. They'll tune in or they'll tune out, whatever.
Exactly.
Maybe that's the approach.
My interest is artist through and through. And I'm committed to cause love, liberty, creativity, authenticity, and education. And when I find that I get away from those, I drift off into things I'm not really about.
Yes.
I can add something onto this,
What would be your ideal video or broadcast or podcast, Linda James? If we were to plan for like next week and say, if you invite me back, what would you like to see happen in an ideal presentation? How would you like to control it?
I don't want to control it. To me, having organic, natural flowing conversations is what this platform is for.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm laughing about stuff. Sometimes I'm complaining about the politics here in the United States. Tonight, it was a matter of an hour or two before I came on that I saw Linda, who was speaking about her niece, and I
Mhm.
knew that I needed to bring that to the show tonight. But I was
Yeah,
also asking her permission for me to bring it to the show too,
sure.
and I said she was welcome to join me, and she was like, "I'm not sure if I can." And next thing you know, she did, and
Yes.
I was glad she did, But
Well, as tragic as it was, that's Born JW's comment there. Again, authenticity shines in a field of fakeness. I think that's what it is. We don't want the AI unless
yes,
it's facilitating something that's authentic, which would be very rare. But
yes.
we're seeking,
What?
the show where you
What?
scratch your head and it's real, isn't it? Because that's what's different. The
Yes,
highly polished,
but
well orchestrated piece. Who wants it?
well,
It's
you've done some
exhausting.
stuff. You've done some stuff with AI, right? And I've looked at like you have a couple of characters, right? They're beautiful, you know, and that's part of your artist ways as well, Born JW says, Linda, I'm an artist helper. What is an artist helper? Does that
Yeah,
mean you help me find my crayons, or maybe stick them together when they break? Or
yeah. I'd like to find
I'm
out about
wondering what
that.
an artist helper is.
Yeah.
And yeah, again, authenticity shines in the field of fakeness. You know what? You can't fake authenticity. You just
Sure.
can't. And when
Yes,
people
I saw that.
pick up on fakeness, and it's eerie and it's creepy and it's unauthentic, and people are repelled by it, you know?
So I like that one about an endless supply of BS because you can still be authentic with that. You can sort of say, okay,
Yes.
well let's give it a shot, Linda James.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at I don't know, governing body update XYZ, okay, and see what our genuine reaction is now. How have we grown spiritually, and let's just be authentic about that. And I suppose that's something that can still benefit audience because that's going to help people see certain patterns, isn't it?
Right. And so, because my mother and my sister, my niece, nieces and nephews, my father are still in this organization, I believe I'm entitled to keep track of the things that govern their life.
Mm.
They are my family, my blood family. So I like to be up to date on what teachings govern their lives, you know?
Born JW is talking about their octopus sculpture. Helping my worldly friend is an artist. I help her. We are working on a sculpture now of an octopus. It is 40 feet high.
Oh my
Born, is
goodness.
that anything to do with the tentacles of the watchtower by any chance? Oh, it'll be submerged in the Bajo to support a coral reef. Okay, so
Oh
it's
wow,
quite a
yes.
brief by the sounds of things.
Coral reefs are in danger, yes. My goodness. Okay. My worldly friend is an artist. I help her. We are working on a sculpture now of an octopus. Don't octopuses have like 3 or 4 brains or something? I think they have a few different brains.
They're very, very intelligent. Hey, how they solve problems and things like this. Otherworldly, hey, but yet of this world. So that's interesting to learn a bit more about Born JW. And Born JW, thank you very much for the support and
3 hearts.
chipping in, visiting all the various channels and things like that. I really do enjoy your presence. So thank you very, very much.
Thank
That
you.
is a source of healing too. So thank you. 3 hearts. There we go. And blue blood.
Mm, that almost sounds like they're royal.
Mm.
Blue bloods.
So, Linda James, how are you wanting to conclude the podcast today?
By telling people that I'll be back here next weekend. And today I saw a friend of mine's video, and she will always end her video saying, "Follow your bliss." and I might adopt that. But I also like to tell the people that show up here how much I appreciate them showing up, and those that are going to listen later, that I appreciate them listening to this. And I mean it every single week when I say this is the highlight of my week. I truly mean it. There are weeks that will go by that I might talk on the phone a few times, but I'm not, for the most part, I'm not talking. I'm maybe listening to a book, maybe making some beads. You know, I go through the whole week of not talking much at all. And when I get here and we're going 3 to 4 hours of talking, it comes very, very natural. And I was also offered the opportunity to take on a group that a friend of mine wasn't going to do any longer. And I thought about it for a week or two, and I thought to myself, I need to turn that down. I'm not up to that. And I knew it would be more than what I'm up to. But to me, these Saturday nights have always come pretty natural to me. And I'm just thankful for those who have shown up and listened. Did you want to share anything before we go?
Okay. Well, I've got a song on my channel. Follow your highest joy, joy, joy. Let it guide your way, way, way. And those were the lyrics that came back to my mind as you were talking there. And as Born JW was talking about Three Hearts and the passion there with the art and things like this. So, yeah, I'm plugging my channel. How about that? But only for the point of that song. And I will have to find it now and be committed to, I don't know, putting something in my post section so that you can find it. How about that?
That'll work. Yeah.
Cool. I'll do that this week then.
And you're welcome to definitely promote your channel. Unless you become like a yoga cult, then I'll probably tell you no. But until then, I'm pretty good with you.
Sure. Well, we've had a lot of fun, and that seems to be a theme that comes through. So we're having free communication, which is your aim, to have an organic conversation. Yes. And you'll start off with a theme, and if it sort of goes into something that's beneficial, then that's what it does, and it accomplishes those things. So I've got to say that the energy that comes from this, like Rick Farron says he gets a buzz,
Yeah.
So I think those are good signs, and that goes positive and damages that we have. And I don't know, that I want to believe that that's the compass. I want to believe that's the right direction and what this is all about. And I think the more that's done, we'll be making the right kind of headway to have the best kind of results. If it's in society, great. If it's only as individuals, then may we reap what we sow. I think we're in a good direction.
I do too. My latest video that I put up was like a 1-minute video, and I've done quite a few of those videos that are kind of 1-minute videos, and I did them to be small so that they could be used on Google Maps to leave on different Kingdom Halls or different businesses or something. So yeah, okay. Well, good night, everyone, and thank you, Shauna and Vern, for welcoming me and letting me be part of your channel as well. And I will talk with you all.
Thank you all. Yeah, you are the reason we are here.
Ditto. Good night, everyone.
I never made it, but I know what it's